let's see.
Like
Where did we leave off? We left off with you had arrived via being flown by Griffin Knights to meet with the Inquisition, which is currently in the city of Vanheim in the state of Midheim, which is a small section of the Bravashan Empire, which is rightly so considered the most powerful and influential human empire on Terrowyn. In this city, before deciding to go meet with the Inquisitors, you decide, well, we're going to find a place to rest and put our stuff down, relax, and get ready for what's going to be coming. I think you had discussed... No, you didn't talk about what you were going to actually say to the Inquisitors, and that didn't come up. For some reason, I thought you guys did, but you didn't. So, walking through the streets, you found, or it was suggested to you, I think through the Knights, if I remember correctly, that you stay at the Valiant's Inn. Mm-hmm. The Valiant's Inn itself was this kind of quaint, kind of actually empty, deadish, very nice, plush inn. It's like this 3-story building made of wooden plaster, and there was basically no patrons inside. But you bought rooms, set. You were gonna, I think, eat some food, right? Did you guys decide to eat?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think
no,
we were
yeah,
eating while Godric
was
going to the bathhouse.
Yes, he's going to try to go to the bathhouse. Before leaving, though, as Godric was getting ready to walk out the door burst open, and a short, very small bird person, known as Kenku, came through the door and said a phrase.
What did he say? You could probably repeat it. You were paying attention last week.
I probably could repeat it.
Yeah. What did he say?
Where's the thing at?
He said that, I don't know, I'm doing that thing where I'm like reading a note, but I already know what it is.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm a harmless Kenku. I'm lost. Please take me to the pink-haired gnome.
Is that what he said? That's not what he said.
That's not what it's close.
It's pretty close.
He said, I'm a harmless Kenku. Please take me to the pink-haired gnome.
Yeah, I'm a harmless Kenku. Please take me to the pink-haired gnome.
Exact words were...
lost.
Burp, 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 burp.
And then he knocked over a cup.
Yeah. Then he knocked over a cup. I'm a bird, see? So, this little Kenku just kind of bursts through the door, says that to you, looks at you, looks around the room, and then just walks by you and goes up the stairs towards the innkeep.
Trin, am I still on mushrooms? Because it talked.
What are you talking about, Godric?
I point at the Kenku.
Huh. No, I see it too. What did it say?
Something about the pink-haired gnome.
Well, I'm not sure about that part, but that's definitely a Kenku.
Well, I'm gonna go bathe, because I'm just confused now.
Confused about what?
The bird was talking.
Yeah, it's a Kenku. They talk, they do that.
I've never seen a Kenku before.
Oh, that's probably a good thing. A lot of them are kind of, I don't know about evil, but definitely morally questionable. There's this thing, the Dark Thresh, that like they do murder and stuff. That one doesn't look like a ne'er-do-well, but oftentimes they're treated a lot like goblins. I've seen them before.
Fair enough.
So, wait, they're treated a lot like goblins, and you think it's good that we haven't encountered more of them?
Well, because sometimes it's true.
You know, more often than not, it's true about goblins as well.
Oh, no. Well, yeah, but it's more complex issue than that.
How is it more complex? They're not even capable of fully articulating that they may not be these evil creatures everybody expects them to be, or these omens of bad luck. Whereas a goblin could just say, I mean you no harm.
Yeah, well... So?
I just feel that maybe it's a bit hypocritical of you.
I mean, to be fair, that one did say that it's a harmless Kenku.
Yeah,
It's true.
maybe because it gets treated bad. Maybe it is harmless. Or maybe it's not. Maybe it's all trick.
Either way, this is an interesting tavern. It's fairly empty, beautiful decoration, but we've seen what? A dwarf, a tabaxi, and a kenku. Do tabaxi share the same predisposition as cats with birds?
What? Like chasing them and eating them?
Right.
I don't think I've heard of issue with kenkus being hunted down in the alleyways by alleyway tabaxis. However, I don't get to see a lot of tabaxis. I don't think that Madame Ophelia said anything about it.
Is Madame
Does that
Ophelia,
chicken?
is Madame Ophelia tabaxi?
Yes.
I was unaware of this. For some reason I assumed this entire time she was probably human.
Now who's presupposing things?
Yes, I suppose I presuppose most everybody is human in these human lands.
Well, who said she's from human lands?
Where is she from?
I don't know, it's kind of mysterious.
Where did you know her?
I've known her a few places. She kind of like turns up. She travels a lot. So sometimes I'll just run into her on the road. Other times I have to send her a message. But yeah, so I've seen her like around, but she does travel a lot. She's kind of like a traveling, wise, kind of scary tabaxi mystic.
What's scary about her?
It's hard to describe. It's one of those things where you would have to meet her. She can be very intense and aloof, and I have a hard time telling when she's serious or not. And then sometimes I think she's joking, and I'm like, oh, that's funny, and then she goes, no, and she gets all mad. She's very intense, but not all the time.
You know, I attended a bardic school in Eridor for just a semester, of course, an elven semester, well. But our instructor mentioned that you should, as a bard, the phrase, "it's hard to explain," should not be part of your vocabulary.
Oh, I thought you wanted an honest answer.
I suppose what I was after was an effective answer.
Oh, okay. Well, you see, she's a very intense woman, and she gets really affected by those magics that she plays around with, you know, kind of like Katarina. Oops, I'm knocking stuff around. But yeah, so kind of like Katarina. So I think sometimes they have a little bit of an effect on her as far as like her behaviors, mannerisms. But most of the time she's pretty nice, but I think she takes an exception to me. Just depends. Like if you're just an average customer, like someone off the street, probably pleasant until the weird stuff starts. Maybe she tells a fortune, maybe she tells you about a misfortune.
What did you just do there? The swapping of personas.
What? Oh, that's what I do when I'm talking to people, trying to win them over. Or convince them of things.
Huh.
Or, you know, it's kind of like I have it planned out and I have a little bit of control over the situation, kind of thing. And, you know, putting it on, as it were. Putting it on.
Like acting. I've seen you do it as the dwarf before too. It's impressive.
Yeah, it's like acting. I like to think of it as me being the best version of myself. Without some of my personal flaws. Sometimes I do it so well I forget that I'm me. But then eventually it ends up winding down and then I'm just there with myself and kind of like a rude awakening each time. I don't like to think about it.
Trin, I've traveled with you only briefly, but the only personal flaw I've seen is that you have short legs and can't keep up very well.
Oh, that is one of my biggest flaws. Ooh. I'm very self-conscious about it. But I have other flaws, like kind of how we were talking about being a little too compassionate and letting things get to me. I'm not always brave like Godric or Locke. Sometimes I have to put a face on.
I understand. I don't hide my emotions very well either.
Yes.
Something
No.
funny, Katerina?
Were you not telling a joke just there?
No. Elven humor is... I haven't told many jokes in this party. Are you aware of the long con? Yes, well...
Sure, I think
I'm very-
Trin's told me about it.
Yeah.
Well, the elven punchline is sometimes...
Decades away.
Exactly.
I don't know.
It's more like a practical joke.
So, and that's the thing, is why a lot of people would consider elves humorless. It's not that we lack humor, it's that sometimes you die before our punchline arrives.
That's not very funny.
That sounds like someone who's not funny making it up like it is funny, but it's not. Like real revenge is a life well lived. Bullshit!
Well, I would agree with you there, actually, wholeheartedly. Next time you get a chance, take a look in Godric's right boot. I put a feather in it.
Why?
Well, because he won't notice it for a while.
I can't tell if he's messing with me.
Well, sure, but what does the
I'm-
feather
I'm
mean?
gonna
Is
look.
there...
He's bathing right now.
Well, he's bathing in the public bath, so you'd have to go there if you were going to find his boots.
Ah! I get up and I start.
Well, I guess I'll explain to you two then. The thing is the longer he goes without noticing the feather is there, the funnier it gets when he does notice it. It's sort of a play on his inability to notice the things around him because he is unwise and all too often loud and close-minded. It sounds like an insult, but to an elf it'd be uproarious.
Right. Is he supposed to react to the feather once he sees it? Him, personally, or is it all for your own
eventually
satisfaction?
I'll do my best impression. Tren would have done better, but basically he's like, "Oh, there's a feather in my boot," and then we would see it, and
Okay.
It's a funnier
But-
joke than you thought.
But Godric will more than likely notice the feather, not say anything at all, pull the feather out, and discard it.
you think Godric's actually capable of not saying anything at all?
Well, if no one's there.
If no one's there, I still feel like he'd eventually tell us. Might be weeks or hours later, but we'd know,
I'm
and then we'd all share a
I'm just
look.
thinking that maybe you think he'll attach some kind of significance to the feather, but he won't.
He's a superstitious tribesman. He'd have to.
We'll see.
Yes, the Goliaths are... Well, name one innovation they've ever created.
Side.
Actually, I will admit the tattoos seem to be entirely of Goliath make, and they are
They do have some good
powerful. Art?
art. If you count jewelry as art.
Tend not to count most things as art if you splash something on the wall and then
Scrimshaw.
scratch your chin.
I've seen some examples of Goliath Scrimshaw, and it's pretty wonderful.
Really?
Some that slay giant beasts up north, they have huge bones that they carve into intricate murals and things like that.
That would be fantastic to see, like the rib cage of a large beast just carved and ruined.
Engraved with a story sometimes.
Alright, I'll withhold my judgment.
I don't know anything about his own tribe as far as that's concerned. He was a blacksmith. He made simple tools and weapons. Art wasn't his thing. You might be shocked to learn. And in his young tribe days, he didn't care for it much.
When was the last time he actively practiced the blacksmithing?
He does a little bit of tinkering when I need some work, but his hands aren't good with the delicate things, so...
He did a fair bit of it when we were in Blackwell, was it?
Yeah.
Oh right, he helped get the
He's-
carriage running.
He's not a
Yeah.
master smith, but he could forge a decent sword or an axe if we needed one.
Well, anyways, I'll be
waiting on the edge of my seat for when he does find that feather.
Yeah.
It will be hilarious. I'm honestly hoping it's still a couple weeks out. Or in a place particularly dreary, like if we make it to the Shadowfell and he notices it then, because I have learned that humor can lift the spirits when it's needed most.
You had to learn that?
Yes.
Most people sort of feel that sort of thing. Even I do.
Are you even capable of...
Humor?
I was going to say smiling, but... all right.
Smiling, no. I don't have lips. But humor, sometimes I'm told I've said something that's funny. I don't think it's on purpose.
You know, I'm loath to talk party business without the other two, but we've been doing that a lot lately. What is the plan? Where are we going next?
I believe the first thing we should do is see what the Inquisition wants.
We are overdue on that. Well, I vote to agree with that. What?
That seems the most logical thing to do. We're here.
Well, 3 over 5. I think we're good to go.
I want to look around the tavern area and see if I can spot a pink-haired gnome.
Just taking a brief look, you don't see anybody. Nobody matches that description, and it seems the Kenku has wandered off out of the area. You don't know
So
where
it's
he
just
went.
the Tabaxi and the dwarf in here then? Was it on a tiefling? Right?
You have a larger group of people did eventually end up coming in all together anyways. You had the
Okay.
mercenaries. Let's see.
Look at them conspiring.
You had what looked like the dwarven merchant. And then you had the elderly tiefling woman, and then you had the young tabaxi. And then you had a male halfling wearing
That's
studded
right.
leather with the military pick and shield. And he came in with about 4 or 5 other individuals. And then some other just regular common folk kind of came in as well. And they're all sort of eating and relaxing. Aside from that, though, it's nobody else that you've noticed that stands out to you.
The halfling fighter looks like an adventurer or a soldier? I said fighter. Halfling warrior.
Both.
Okay.
Definitely does something dangerous. The studded leather and the military pick and shield are a giveaway.
Well, I don't see a pink-haired gnome anywhere. That Kenku may be lost.
Well, unless the Kinku plans on paying a party of adventurers to help solve their problems, I don't imagine how we should stick our noses in it.
We have enough work.
Pink-haired gnome. Gnomes tend to color their hair quite a bit, so it's not a lot to go on.
Well, should we start heading to the Inquisitors, or should we wait for Godric and Trin to get back?
I think it's only fair if we wait. After all, we did just outvote them without even giving them a vote.
We could meet them at the bath and vote there, and then just head to the Inquisition from there.
I have nothing I need to do here. I would say I'm rested, but there's something so exhilarating about riding the griffins that I feel a little nerve tired, if that makes sense. I don't know if you've ever been on the edge of your seat for long.
Sort of like being tired after a long day. Not that it's been a long day necessarily, but we did do something quite exciting.
Yes, very exciting. If I had the ability to take a griffin home with me, I would. Truly magnificent.
Yeah, splendid. Well, I've got everything sorted in the rooms, so I think I'm gonna go meet them at the bath. We can head out from there. Let us see more of the city anyhow.
Yes, I'll make sure Burrup's good and settled in, and we can carry on.
Let's go.
Let's take our time getting to the baths. I've seen Godric naked enough.
There'll be more, I'm sure.
You're the one showing it off.
Right, yes, I think we're just gonna kind of leisurely make our way towards the baths to meet up with the other two.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see.
Do we even know where to go for the Inquisitors? That's right, that's right. They said to meet at the Church of Parathor.
We were supposed to go to the Church of Parathor.
Yep.
Alright, that shouldn't be too hard to find, I'm sure. In a city like this, I'm sure the temple is quite grand.
Sure it is.
It's good hour, Craig.
In...
Alright, so leaving the tavern behind then, you go back out. You're all going back out into the streets then,
Yes.
chasing after these two.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Makes sense to me.
In Oswell at the Church of Parathor, you were looking for a scroll, correct?
Yes, I was actually. I was looking for a couple. I found one of what I was looking for, but there are still more.
Maybe this larger temple will have what you need.
It's a great idea, actually, now that I think about it. It would be the perfect place to find what we're looking for. I wonder, is the church here in Vanheim the largest of the Parathoran cathedrals? Or is it even a cathedral? The one in Oswell was quite lacking.
It must be the largest in Midheim, I would assume.
Vanheim is the capital, correct?
I think so. We've been in a few towns here. This one's certainly the biggest.
Yes, they almost seem like they don't have the same worries that, like, Oswell has. You know, like that at night there are no werewolves prowling the streets or fell bats circling overhead.
The inn is much more lavish.
It was a nice inn, of course. I like the touch of the armor. I didn't get a chance to examine most of it, but, you know, from a distance the craftsmanship seemed like, you know, it wasn't completely for show. Maybe collected bits and bobbles over the years. Oh, I bought a cloak off of a merchant. I don't know why, I didn't even really want it, but I was thinking about maybe it almost matches the red of my cloak, and I don't know, I had some ideas for it, but I thought maybe a gift for Tren or something. I'd have to cut it down. I don't know if anybody can do that in our party.
I could hem it.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, well, here. And I'll pull it out of like I carry that like day sack across my shoulder. I'll pull that out and hand you the cloak.
Right. It's a bit large. It may be easier to do once we've settled down. I could do it tonight.
Oh, I can carry it for now. I just assumed you had some place to carry it. Yeah, I'll keep it. Sorry.
No,
I have the
it's
bag of
wonderful.
holding.
No, never put your things in extra-dimensional spaces. Never.
We have many things.
No, thank you.
Right?
You can keep them to yourselves and whatever being is on the other side of that portal, just touching everything that is not theirs. I'm good.
Huh.
I struck a chord or something.
I don't know, I was just thinking I'm glad I'm immune to the diseases of the
Right.
flesh.
There could be some creature and they're just sampling every potion you've ever put in.
It's a potion of fire breathing in there, I'm pretty sure.
What if you open that bag one day and fire just... Not unheard of?
Well, here's an easy test. Reach your hand in there and think about pulling a demon out and see if there's anything in there.
Fair enough. I do it.
Fairly imperceptibly, I just tighten my grip on the blade.
No, but what I do is, if the demon doesn't work, I switch to coin mimic.
Mm.
A handful. Oh.
You pull out a lot of
Wow.
coins, you just go, nope, I was go back in there.
Back in your home.
And like, I'll save those for a boss fight. Yeah!
Mm.
Coin minute ghost.
That's
Pocket
all the
sandals,
things.
Pocket mimics. Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah, an effective strategy.
If they even
That's a-
decide to hunt.
Yeah, right.
You know, they otherwise you're just throwing away coin.
I just call it pocket mimics, but it's just acid.
Just think of the person who's on the receiving end of it and how terrified they'd be like,
You ever see an NPC put a rubber glove on before sticking his hand in a bag of holding? Run.
Yeah.
So you catch up to Trin and Godric, maybe about 5.5 or so minutes travel down the road. Kind of catch up to them as they're kind of perusing the different stalls and various vendors who are selling their wares in the streets. Godric seems to be in a contentious conversation with Trin about the need for new clothing to go to this place that neither one of them seem to actually understand.
Listen, Godric, you gotta understand, we're going to a ball. It's an invitation. You need to put your best foot forward.
I know.
Naked does not count as being dressed well. I know that you have finely sculpted muscles, but that is not gonna help you in this situation.
I agree.
You agree?
I do.
Then why have we been fighting the past 15 minutes?
You were answering for me. I didn't get a word in. You were
Well, I already knew what you were gonna say, Godric.
well, better than not. I need new pants.
So I managed to convince
I
you.
have Trollic blood on them still.
Oh, well, hear me out. We're going to the Shadowfell, right?
Yes.
I think you should wear black.
No.
It's a hot color there. That's what I've heard.
No. Especially if I have to
It's
look
very
nice.
slimming on you. You're dying black.
No.
It will hide the stains of future Trollocs.
No, we're going with blue. It'll complement my hair and skin.
Well, whatever you do, you cannot change those boots.
Godric, the rules of fashion don't apply that way. Blue and dark gray don't go well together.
I'm sorry. What? When did you get here?
Finally, someone with some sense.
You turn. I'm like 40 feet behind you.
I turn around.
Well,
Why
that's-
are you yelling?
Because I needed you to hear me.
Alvian!
So the merchant, who seems to be this very, very patient lady, is just like, so are we buying
Yes.
the gloves, the cloak,
Everything.
all of it?
Yes, please. As long as it's in my size, I'll take it all.
I mean, sure, your size, because it looks at you.
That's why I know that's a problem. That's why.
Wait, what if you trusted that Katerina, whose dress is always impeccable? Look at the color combination, just fantastic fashion. And myself, what if you trusted us to dress you? And in return, next time I'm in the market for a weapon, I'll trust you.
Hey!
What?
What am I, a bump on the log?
I just don't
I'm
know.
easily the best dressed out of any of us.
I lean
Trim those as spikes.
Yes!
And you also notice the patchworky nature of his cloak as well.
They are functional and classy.
I lean down to the lady. How much do I owe? They'll never let this go.
I think I can part with it all for, let's say, 5 silver. All of it, that's fine.
Perfect.
Terrible price.
5 silver is fine.
No, it is a terrible price. I'm sorry, lady, but I believe that is easily 3 silver. I will
I'm
attempt
not charging
to
him
barter.
for being
Oh.
annoying. You can try though. Nothing's stopping you to roll.
Yeah, I'm gonna roll. I'm gonna get you a cheaper deal right now, Godric.
I'm pulling things out of my bag. I'm just like,
Get you a cheaper deal.
Yeah.
Got you.
I add a 4th silver in my hand. Or, sorry, a 6th silver.
You're like, I'm gonna pay for his annoyance.
Yes.
12.
12?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a high roll. Anyways,
Hyrule.
warriors, yeah.
Then Terra what?
And then Terra, what? She just kind of looks at the clothing in her hand, the parts, all of it together. A new belt as well. Fine, just get them away from here. The goblin's scaring away other customers anyways. And she just hands Godric all the stuff.
Trin, I think you had a wonderful idea. I do believe that we may not be properly dressed for a ball if we do attend.
Yeah. Well,
I just kind of step back and motion at my gold and silver plate mail.
that's
You're probably alright. We do need masks, though.
Masks.
I mean, I just got no clothing enough that would be fine for a Sumerian celebration.
I think that will do wonderfully.
What did you get?
So on closer inspection, you see it's a dark blue toga shawl that will go over your shoulder, that will wrap around nice dark black leather pants from his insistence, as well as some nice dark black walking boots, traveler's boots.
You know what, Godric? I could have done better, but that's not bad.
I decided that I should, if I'm going to be going to places where people will be looking at me, I should put something on my chest that's presentable and not a shirt that will break next time. Or tear. Oh, I forgot to take it off when we were in the ore as well. I got hit by fire.
I wasn't there.
And dragon fire is not pleasant.
Really? That's insane. I never would have guessed.
It's hotter than your average forge, I can tell you this.
Consider me educated.
I'm gonna...
Dragon's fire is hotter than the average forge's fire.
I'm gonna ask the lady that's running the store.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have ball gowns, or could one be made custom?
I don't think that that's something that I would be able to help you with. You might have to go into one of the actual stores.
Could you point me in the right direction?
She just kind of looks. I think any of these would probably be fine. Although I'm
Excellent,
not necessarily
thank you.
sure what's wrong with what you're wearing.
Just want options.
All right. If you're looking for something a little bit nicer, then you might want to head up into one of the nicer shopping districts then.
Who's the finest tailor?
Well, it's a matter of opinion, isn't it?
All right.
Well,
Your
then-
opinion. Who's the finest
Yes.
tailor?
I think it's... fairly close, but from what I understand, the royalty wears anything made by Merrow Renly, so...
Renly. Come on, Trin. You want a new suit?
Wait, although this is something we should be doing, is now the time to do it.
No.
What
If we are going to order something, it may be best to put the order in as soon as possible.
Why don't we do what we did in Oswald, though, and just have someone meet us at our rooms to take measurements and do our shopping for us, so that we can get to more pressing matters?
Personal
Absolutely.
shoppers.
Yeah.
That's an excellent idea.
Well, what inn are you staying at? Normally it's a service that they offer. They have runners and such, and young individuals who will go and pay.
The Valiants.
The Valiance is a good one. For sure. And you wouldn't even have to use your own money as well. They cover those costs, and then you normally just pay them back. That way you don't have to run the risk of someone running off with all of your funds.
Oh. Well, fine. That sounds like a really good idea. There's gonna be less holes in them.
Well, we can do that when we get back tonight.
Yeah, I guess so. Okay. Okay.
What?
I saw it.
Oh, did you? Ow, he isn't even taking... We'll talk later.
Wait, what did you
Nothing,
say?
Godric.
Saw it.
Godric, we were thinking before you head to the bathhouse, we were thinking about going to the Church of Parathor soon. Is that your vote as well?
That's what I thought we agreed before I left. I was going to bathe so we could go after.
So we're all on the same page then.
Unless the page changed. Did you turn the page when I wasn't there?
Yes. We strongly considered leaving you at the bathhouse permanently.
Well, that wouldn't work with Locks here.
Yes, that's the only reason we didn't.
You're all weird.
I'm trying that human form of humor. They call it, sarcasm? Sarcasm.
Don't know what that is. You're terrible. And I keep walking to the bathroom.
You think that was sarcasm?
Yeah, I think that it was.
Because obviously I'm not terrible.
Yeah, I need some work. Just a little bit of work. I was trying to be constructive.
I appreciate it. I'll work on perfecting it.
You gotta start somewhere.
Well, we're here. He's going for a bath. What's the plan? I have no intention of bathing in a common bath, especially one that Godric is in. I don't mean that he's dirty, he's loud.
Are you
I like my
planning
baths
on
peaceful.
bathing? You feel the need to bathe?
I bathe every morning while you're all still sleeping. Except for Locke, who conveniently doesn't watch me bathe. We sit back to back so we can talk over spells and magical theory.
So walking through like the crowded
We
district
definitely
and
do that.
following in Godric's footsteps, you hear some loud. It sounds like large pieces of metal slamming into one another, and you hear the cheering of like a crowd coming from up ahead. And as it opens up into this large space, you see these two very large mechanical constructs are striking one another in this open like space and arena.
Ooh.
An arena, which is a very generous way of saying there's basically this ring, this sand ring, like, and there's like 5 posts that kind of
Okay.
hem them in. And you can see the crowd's just cheering and jeering on as this large red mechanical construct and this large kind of green, like dark greenish construct are like hitting one another and wrestling and fighting in the middle of the arena. And Godric has kind of just stopped and started walking towards it and is like looking at what's happening.
What this? If there's people watching, I'm just gonna lean over on somebody.
Mm.
What's going on?
So, you say that. This kind of gentleman, he's like, looks at you, he's like, whoa, wow, you're a really large man. And he's like, what are you, you new to the Empire then?
To this town, yes.
Oh. Oh, well, I guess you've never seen two guild gnomes solve disputes, have you?
No. Wait! I haven't seen it, but I've heard of it.
And so there's like a large bash as the red one like strikes the green one and like throws it to the ground.
I've always wanted to see how hard they hit.
He's like, well, as you can see, they hit each other pretty hard. And the red one kind of goes over and stops over the top of the green one and like reaches down and like rips the head of the construct off and throws it onto the ground. And everybody just kind of cheers.
It's just... Now I want to fight it!
Well, I don't think that's a good idea, but either way. Anyways, you're ruining the show. Go talk to somebody else. You're bothering me.
Yeah, I'm standing back. I haven't moved in closer. I'm just kind of standing with.
You can see over everybody with no problem.
I was
just
about to
wanted
say,
know
I'm
that.
like, no, that's
No,
not
no.
needed. I'm like,
Locke, at this point I don't think Godric's ever going to make it to the bathhouse. Is there some way you can use your, what did you call it, presto, and just clean him up?
Yeah, that was an option all along.
Right, it's not going to be as good as a bath, I understand that, but
I can help if you'd like to go that route.
can you use that spell
Oh!
And I can stand back and I can supervise.
to use that spell to get the blood out of his pants, the Trollic blood?
I can certainly try.
Right, then I think we're good here.
While Godric is totally engrossed in the fight, we're just brestoing him,
Yeah.
cleaning him up.
There's an OxyClean meme somewhere.
You fucking dirty Goliath!
Mm.
I turn around. Have you seen this?
Looks like constructs fighting.
Yes, apparently they're settling differences. The gnomes.
It's interesting, we would never do this because our constructs take forever to build. The craftsmanship alone, why would we waste it? But the gnomes are so good at creating these beasts of burden that they can build them, destroy them, and rebuild them. It's one of the, I don't know what you'd say, one of the epics of what it means to be a gnome is their craftsmanship. Can't say I like watching them fight, but I am still marveling at the technology all the same.
Yeah, maybe if they could make them do other stuff, like who can build a building faster, or I don't know, like make food, or take care of children, or something like practical.
Well, there very rarely are food issues, starving. What is the word I'm looking for? Famine.
What are you talking about? That happens all the time.
But not for gnomes. They don't struggle to eat nearly as much as others.
You want to know what I think? Want to know what a goblin thinks?
Of course I do.
I think they're compensated.
For?
Little gnome, big robot. That's all I'm gonna say.
So do you think Goliaths would make very little robots?
Hmm.
Godric, if your people could make robots, do you think you'd make very little ones, since you're so large? If you could make a robot, Godric, a construct like this, what would you make?
I just point a block.
You'd make a little one with lots of lightning.
I'd make something.
It's fairly effective.
Yes.
Like a lot of them. Like, make a lot of little... Would you rather fight one big robot or a lot of little robots?
I think someone already chose a lot of little.
Well, my mind might be stuck on things we've just recently encountered, but I think I'd make a flying one.
Mm.
Like a clockwork owl or something.
Well, it seems like the gnomes are using them to trade out violence against each other, whereas I think that the Goliaths may prefer the physical violence over the
A
substitutes.
Goliath would make a construct to sit and watch him fight.
What?
What? Oh. I have watched him fight many times.
Yeah.
Well, look, have you ever... they're pretty big and cool and stuff. You ever thought about upgrading the old toolkit? You know what I'm saying? I slap him on the leg kind of thing. Like, what if we could make you Robot Griffin Wing? Well, not me, but like one of them.
I'm just gonna scan the gnomes in attendance. Are any of them pink-haired?
I was just gonna say the exact same thing.
Ha! I win.
Make a perception check for me.
Jinx.
What do my elf eyes see? Think so. Oh wait, I gotta roll twice. Okay. Yeah. 24.
Gotcha.
24. These eyeballs are basically binoculars.
Yeah, pretty much. So as you kind of look over the top of the crowd and stuff, you see that there's about 4 or 5 gnomes on one side and 4 or 5 on the other, on the left. They've kind of run out and started like looking at the construct, the green one that's been on the ground, had its red ripped off, and they're just looking through it and trying to patch it up and hit it with hitting it with tools. You see sparks and some magic being cast. Over on the left, you do see a pink-haired gnome who is over there kind of just giving instructions and talking. And you hear someone comes out in the crowd, this announcer, and he says, "All right, so dispute is all settled. Still standing as the reigning champ since her arrival a week ago. Light Mix Guild."
Yay!
Light mix. Wasn't there mention of that earlier? An eerie light mix?
It was the Kenku.
Kenku didn't give a name.
No.
Oh no, it didn't.
No, there was a light mix guild or something that was supplying weapons to Bravatus, I believe.
Yeah.
Oh, were they talking about ones based in Conewald? Or was that a different thing?
I think it was Cornwall. Yes, a lot of roads are starting to lead to Cornwall.
We may make our way there.
Which, by the way, I still haven't told all of you about the news I've gotten. You want to do that after the Church of Parathor? I prefer someplace a little bit more private.
I still got to go take a bath.
Okay. How far away am I from the, Do I see the pink-haired gnome? At
Yeah.
all? Okay. How far away is she?
From where you guys are standing in the crowd, you didn't really go in towards the arena, so like 20 feet.
Roderick, push past this crowd and tell her that her pet Kenku is back at the Valiant's Inn.
Shrug and I walk forward.
You just push some people out of the way. They spill their fucking ale and stuff, and people just yell like, "Hey, what's
Just
going on?" Oh, never
step
mind.
over the gnomes.
They just move.
Hey, Clay, no, we're good.
Yeah,
What about you?
Yeah, we're all right. You know, whatever. The crowd begins to kind of disperse.
You want some ale?
Hey,
Just walk
pink-haired
up.
gnome.
You know. Doesn't respond.
The pink-haired gnome girl. Hello.
One of the other gnomes like looks past her, says something to her, and she just turns and sees you. She's got these big old goggles on, and you know, is like turns and looks at you, and then who are you?
My name is Godric. I'm just here to let you know that your feathered Kenku is at. Where are we at?
The Valiant's.
The Valiant's Inn.
So she's kind of like panics for a moment, looks around, over towards a set of crates and some repair tools and spare parts, and thank you.
Yeah.
How did he end up all the way there? Scrape that little. Either way, thank you. I appreciate it.
Of course. Yeah. Nice
so
robot.
she comes up to you and she's. I know it's a long way for you to reach, but
I reached
much
down.
further for me.
I reach down, kind of shake her hand. Quite the construct you have there.
We only make the best ones.
I will not lie and say I do not have the desire to see if I'm stronger than it.
Just week-long reigning champ. And Red Meteor here, unbeatable.
I
No.
We have business.
Sorry, I like competitions and I would like to fight it, but we don't have time, unfortunately.
Kind of looks at you. I'm not necessarily sure to be fair.
I know, I feel bad for it.
Oh, you thought I was talking about that way. Anyways, I'll go track down my compatriot. Thank you for finding him for
He
me.
went upstairs last time I saw him. He almost ran into me.
Been staying there. He must have gotten confused here in the crowds and ran off. Either way, I appreciate it.
No problem. Thank you if you need it. Yeah, feel free to let me know. if
So
you-
she kind of reaches over, grabs like a bag. She's like, for being a decent person, and just throws it to you.
Catch it. What is it?
Feels like coins.
Such a lightning move.
Yeah, right.
I look inside.
Okay. There's some gold in there. It's a few silver pieces.
Not one to turn away. Oh. Okay, well, if I see he gets lost again, I'll make sure to let him know. I'll try to find you if I see him. The hair is a giveaway.
I know this is really awkward, but are those people with you as well?
Fine. Oh, I
The
should.
goblin, the other ones, they're kind of looking at me expectantly. Or you. Either way.
Oi!
Invite them over. Come on, no need to be shy.
As they walk over, I'm like, this is Locke.
She just hold on a moment, and she there's like this wristwatch-looking thing on her thing. She clicks it and moves. It makes a couple of sounds, and then the golem just kind of you can hear steam kick in off the side, just come out the back and near the neck area where it connects to the head over the these large pauldrons, and it just kind of moves, just heavy, just and just comes and then sits in the corner post.
Compared to Godric, how big is it?
It's bigger than he is.
That's why I was like,
Yeah, they're big. They're probably around. The golem looks like it's probably a minimum around like maybe 9.5 to 10 feet tall. If you're guessing weight, probably depending on what material is used to construct it. Because you can see magical enchantments and runes and such, and pretty powerful looking gears and clockwork mechanisms on the inside. You're guessing probably a couple of tons minimum.
But yes, this is Locke, Trin, Katarina, and Ulthion.
So she goes up to each you. Nice to meet you.
Trin Twilight, actually.
Hmm.
World-renowned
Yes, it's a title.
performer.
I don't know about world or not. Regional. I'm
Regional.
working towards world.
Which region? Because I haven't heard of you here.
Well, you know,
Either way, it doesn't matter.
I'm making waves in the local markets.
It's a huge
So
hidden
she comes,
Eridor.
she looks at you, and she kind of reaches towards your collar, and she taps your pin. Oh,
Like I said, I'm
I know
making-
exactly who you are.
See? Godric.
What?
See? Yeah,
So
exactly.
she looks around, and like winks at you, Lord Walker.
Oh.
Such a secretive and subtle order.
Hmm. Yes, they're not the best spies necessarily. At least when they wear their pins, but at the same time, most bards and minstrels and storytellers are just taken as who they are. Not everybody actually knows that they wear the pins, and it is one of many symbols used to identify their ranks.
Yeah, it's like the code of the road. You mark stuff and identify stuff and then mark stuff that isn't stuff.
Has he been paying for shelter and finding new places to stay? I think the Valiant's Inn recognizes bards of your profession.
As of late, we haven't needed much pay for these things.
Oh, well,
The
anywhere...
Inquisition has paid for our latest rooming.
Well, anywhere where anybody knows anything about the lore walkers or bards of their order, normally let you stay there for free.
So,
Keep that in mind.
but I am a little bit of a, what would be the term? A folk hero? It's been recent, so it's taken its time to spread out, but I'm known. People know who I am.
True.
And so the goggles come up, and it's just like rings of clean dirt around the outside. She just kind of dusts her hands.
Just listen
Well, I
for
look
my...
forward to hearing about the stories
Yeah,
then.
yeah. If you hear people talking about
Trin
Trollocs,
Twilight, correct?
yeah, the Trollocs.
Oh, wait a
Slayer.
minute. The Trolloc Slayer. That's right. I do remember someone saying that a group of adventurers and follower of a great warrior were on the road and slayed some.
Ha ha ha! What do you know?
That must be you then, huh?
That was a good day.
Yeah, that is me.
How many? What is it? How many? They said that you saved 10 orphans or something in the
easily.
woods.
Yeah, easily.
Easily 10.
Yeah, boy, you just gotta take
I'm
out the
impressed
threats.
I think it was
Yeah.
closer to a dozen.
A dozen. Wow. You're in the midst of real greatness. How do your friends feel dealing with your newfound fame?
Oh well, I try to make sure that it doesn't like intimidate them or make them feel less significant. I couldn't do anything without the power of friendship.
So one of the other gnomes comes over. Eerie, we're gonna take Red Comet back to the warehouse in order to do some repairs. She's like, all right, that's fine. You go ahead and take him.
Godric, did you see the runes? They're kind of like your runes, but way totally different and not the same at all.
That was a really interesting way of you saying they're not at all alike.
Now, this construct, as it's walking away, is it just built on pure strength, or does it have magical capabilities? I've seen some constructs that could fire beams of concentrated energy, things like that.
Oh, Red Comet?
Yes.
No, Red Comet's a fighting one. It's a competition golem.
Just strength and strength.
Strength and strength, those are the rules.
I'll look over.
fights using its gears and a little bit of magical assistance, but no other weapons are allowed.
Look over at Godric. Well, it's quite formidable. Do you think maybe suddenly your quest has changed, and instead of killing a giant red dragon named Andrakar, you just want to kill the golem?
It is red.
I can do both.
It's basically the same thing. Kinda.
But which is more pressing? Can we stop our quest against the dragons now?
No, I think there's other people that need us to do that.
You've passed the test.
You're all very interesting people, I'd like to say that.
Why? Everything feels weird. What is going on?
Almost as interesting as a pink-haired gnome with the Kenku.
Oh, yes, that's right. Scrape, I'm sorry. I'll bid you farewell. I need to go track down my compatriot before he gets lost or in trouble or ends up in jail again. Either way.
See?
Right.
Nothing.
Kenku tend to make people nervous, and I found that while as timid and adorable as Scrape can be, Kenku make people feel very nervous, especially in the large cities. Either
Well,
way.
it was nice to meet you. We won't keep you any
Yes,
longer.
it's nice to meet you all as well. And safe travels.
Pleasure,
Thank
safe
you.
travels. Hope to fight your golem soon. I just want to return to fly.
He doesn't mean it. It's a
I
Goliath
assume
thing.
I assume he doesn't, because it would just trounce him.
I don't think it would.
I might have to find out then.
Alright, bye-bye.
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 Just turns and heads up the street back the direction you came from,
Well,
towards the
see,
valley.
Do you wonder if she's never allowed to dye her hair a different color because it would ruin the pre-recorded messages from the Kenku?
It does seem like that one was her voice. She may have to teach him a different one if she ever wanted a different hair color.
He's just got a couple different
Oh.
phrases ready to go.
I get it. I thought you were meaning like she couldn't dye her hair a different color, but I figured it was like side effects from experiments with big robots and stuff.
For all we know, it could be.
Sorry, I just thought God would take care.
Well, it's red as
For the
is.
party.
It could be pink fairly easily. Yes.
Anyway, you want to tell us stuff?
Yes, should we do that before the Temple of Parathor or after?
Is it something we need to know for the Temple of Parathor?
Excellent question.
He says,
Just
not
blink
necessarily.
twice. Oh, okay.
Blink
Master of
twice.
secret code.
can't Locke just happen to our heads again and we can have the conversation?
Please, God, no.
It is an option. It would speed things along.
So as you're all standing there, this little boy, carrying these notices, comes up to you and he's like, "Well, just in case you didn't notice," and he just shoves one into your arms, piece of paper, and then just continues walking and going up to other people and shoving it to hand them.
That's a great line.
What did you not notice?
Didn't notice what?
The notice.
What does it
That
say?
kid's a genius.
What notice?
Notice the notice in case you didn't notice.
Yes.
I don't get it.
He's gonna be a bard one day. I
I'll
know
read
it.
Yeah. It just says, "Attention all citizens of the Bravashan Empire. The Republic of Emrath has invaded the Lynchstadt Confederacy."
Oh, well, that is one of the things I was going to say.
Well,
Yes, they've invaded.
Locke, can you do the mind thingy?
So people who are reading them, you notice that there's not necessarily concentrated groups of people, but after the crowd had kind of dispersed from watching the fight, it seems like maybe the fight was kind of more of a break from the tension or of what was really happening, the dragging currently important events. But people are gathered in small spaces, 10 or 4 or 5, 10 people at a time, and they're all just kind of talking in this market space about war, and they expect the expectation that the Empire will honor their agreement with Lynchstadt in order to join them in the fight. So they're really just waiting for Bravadus to say whether or not it's going to declare war on the Republic. And there's a bunch of young fools, men and women, who are anxiously running to discuss signing up and fighting and joining the regiments.
Splitting up.
Yeah, so the Imperial Republic of Emrath has engaged Lynchstadt, which is odd to me. I feel like it's trying to draw Bravardus out in some way. But I've
How
only got
far
about
from here
100
is
years of
that?
tactical knowledge. What?
How far from here is that?
Oh! It's actually on the westernmost border, close to, not far from Green Crest, as far as the map would. About southwest, maybe a week's ride or two. The
There's
scale on these maps is constantly changing. I don't think there's a regulated cartographer yet.
I realized I don't think you were part of the group back when we found out that with Soyasa.
Soyasa was one of your companions.
Yes, she
Right.
used to be what was it called? A purple guard, I think it was, or something. She guarded the royal family, Emrath.
She was a guard in Emrath. For the he has it about right. She held an official position within the courts.
And she was chased out because the Cult of Domination took over and became the
New ruling body.
Yeah.
yes.
Right, I'm so sorry for her, but what does this have to do with what we're talking about?
Domination,
Right,
war,
right.
problem.
Yes, and didn't you also say that in Lior there was a Church of Dragon Reasonableists, which is basically an offshoot of the Church of Bahamut, and here we have a Church of Bahamut issue, so this cult managed to infiltrate pretty much every form of draconic religion.
I'm mainly talking about the fact that we know we have a problem with the Cult of Domination. And then we currently have a bunch of wars being waged already. And I was stating the kind of like, what if they're behind why they're attacking now?
Oh, yes, most certainly. I don't see any way they wouldn't be. I believe you are correct, Godric.
Oh, okay. I realized we haven't communicated certain things because we've been moving a lot. And
Oh, right.
I forget you haven't been here forever.
No, but I pick up a lot. I listen well.
It does seem that the cult is making moves forward.
They're moving quickly.
Well, quickly for dragons, at least.
Well,
A war with dragons could last eons.
is that what you were going to talk to us about?
A little bit, yes. I've also learned some other things. Maybe somewhere more private, though.
Yeah, maybe we should just make our way towards the temple. Have that conversation, since it's not relevant
Have a
to that.
conversation in the temple. It's fairly well warded.
Well, I was meaning we were going to talk to the...
If we find a room, I can make it private for us. It will just take me 10 minutes. Where do we want to do this? We can all talk in our heads as we walk.
Let's do it at the temple. We have business there anyway.
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay. So we're skipping the baths then?
Yes, I'm so sorry you won't be able to take a bath.
No, I'm just
I would
making
like
it
to
clear.
get, I would at least, I've got new clothes, I would like to change.
Into the new clothes already. You're never supposed to wear the party clothes unless you're at the party.
Well, this was just nicer clothes.
So you're still getting party clothes.
Possibly.
Then, albeit, yes, change.
said you're-
Looking at him, you're like, they look like they're better than what he has, but these are still very much like middle class to low class in their thread and their construction. So definitely not what you would consider party clothes or what might be required to pass as though you belong.
A royal ball.
I think they're very
High
nice
society.
clothes. If what we need is for you to pretend to be a servant, you look perfect.
Yeah, the going rate for some finely made tunics, like a ball gown and stuff like that, like everything in the current style, probably run closer to 20 GP or so minimum.
But if you like that style, I have some ideas.
Okay. Well, I still want to change.
But yes, by all means. What? Change.
Okay. But the fucking disrobe in public. No. We should find somewhere for me to change. I'm not going to...
Oh, yes, of course. Did you just think I told you to change right here on the street, Godric?
That's what you just said.
I was trying
You
not to
mentioned
insult you
personality.
to your face all day, and we're going to keep trying.
Alright, so you guys are headed to the Temple of Parathor then?
Yes.
Yeah.
Or the church, I should say.
Godric's apparently going to find an alleyway to change it.
Trent holds up a little
I
towel,
assume
does
he can
nothing.
run inside. Or
Yeah, I want to change. I can't make it. It's fine.
we don't have to role play Godric changing his clothes.
Just do it right in public. I was real tempted to. I was like, do I go for this or no?
No.
Pantomime it. The entire changing effort, starting with your right boot.
So the temple or the church. Pull up the right set of notes here. Oh, there we go. So kind of passing through the church or the streets, they eventually kind of thin out and the markets just kind of fade away, and really all you end up running into is parishioners, and you see priests and other people in these like very small spaces at these benches, kind of giving assisting people with their day-to-day issues, collecting silver and gold from the various individuals on the streets who are utilizing their services. So the Church of Parathor, as it kind of like unfolds in front of you, is this kind of grand sight overall. It's definitely lacking in size in comparison to the temples that you're used to seeing in Elven, but all the same, it's a very finely crafted building overall. It's beautiful architecture rising high up in the sky. You'd see birds kind of just hanging out on the tops of the statue of Parathor, which resides out front. This finely carved sweeping stone stairs rise up to meet that great statue. Behind it is this set of heavy doors adorned with his holy symbol. And as you kind of go up to the stores and reach the door, you kind of push on it, and the heavy doors kind of swing open and creak loudly. You're then greeted by the sounds of praying and hymns being sung. These great ornamental wooden beams of enormous size kind of crisscross the ceilings like complex ribs and take shape into these beautiful arches that fill this vaulted ceiling. These large hanging chandeliers just cascade gentle, soft light downwards to illuminate like all the rising jasmine-scented smoke emanating from these various braziers just straight down this line. On both sides, just there's no pews or anything where people might sit. Everywhere, the vestige of Parathor like kind of looks down his face from the marble columns, his eyes just granting like this gentle repose over everyone who comes through the doors. And there is this easy setting feeling of like safety and a washing of concern away from your mind, and stress just melts away as you walk through the doors and cross the threshold.
This church is consecrated.
Mm-hmm.
I'm actually going to leave my glaive. I'll go to one of the smaller altars of Parathor, and I'll kneel down and leave the glaive there. Best not to bring weapons into your neighbor's home.
Probably a good idea.
You see this symbol here, the Parathor holy symbol, the skull with the crown of, or almost halo of sunlight. The symbolism here, the skull, you think a god of humanity, why such a dour emblem, but it represents the sacrifice that Parathor was willing to make for his people and what his people are willing to make for him. I like to think Parathor, being a god of the sun, is at least friendly with Glorindel, our god of the sun.
I would bet that they are.
Friendly rivalry, maybe.
Not a rivalry. Although competition does breed excellence, in this case I think they're too busy guarding their prospective flock. I do feel at peace here, though.
So, a young acolyte dressed in like simple robes of white and red sleeves with this golden blazing sun, comes over to speak to you, and he's very softly just and bows and welcome to our church, travelers, and well met. What brings you here today? Do you come for the services?
As we are in a human church, I suppose you should be our spokesperson, Katerina.
Sure. We were requested here by the Inquisitors. Here,
The
Godric, do you
Inquisitors.
have the note? I'll hand him the summons that we got.
So he kind of takes it and very gently, and almost in the very purposeful way, just kind of takes it and unrolls it very gently, reads over it, gets back together,
We were also to meet
and
a
hands it back to you.
a Griffin Knight, Helmond, as well, I believe.
Yes, I believe the knights have already arrived and headed to the back areas of the church. Let me go and inform them that you have arrived, and we'll be meeting with them. Wait here for one moment.
Excellent, thank you.
So he just turns and very slowly and purposefully, with every step, heads towards the center of the area where there's this basically large solid gold statue of Parathor in all of his gloriousness, like on this with this dais and these very like maybe 3 or 4 of these wide steps, very similar to the ones that led up to the front of the church, just kind of in front. You can see there's probably hundreds of small candles, and from where you are, offerings, you can smell like simple foods like spices and fruits and stuff have been left up there as well. There's maybe 5 or 6 people you can see off to the sides who are just maybe commoners who are here praying and giving thanks in these kind of small alcoves, just isolated. 1 or 2 of them seem to be speaking to like a priest or an acolyte or a servant. So after about maybe 10 minutes, he comes back and, they're expecting you. Follow me then, please. And he just leads you through the temple.
Oh, Godric, as I was saying, your weapon is probably fine. It's more of mine is blessed by my own deity. Now, if you carried like a sword dedicated to Crom, or gifted to you by Crom, then perhaps it would be more polite to leave it. I think you'll be fine. As long as you are respectful, which I imagine you plan to be,
Yes.
then we should be fine. You know, I would never say this to the clergy of Parathor, but the movements they do, the way they kneel when they pray, all of that rote memorization is almost definitely passed down from elven rites.
Or the gods maybe have a similar sense of ritual.
Decorum?
No, absolutely not. You're wrong,
Dogma?
Locke. You're wrong.
They are both sun gods, after all, like you were saying.
Then the elves have to get it from
No.
somewhere?
I don't think that's right. Yes, they got it directly from the deities. From the Seldarine.
See? No.
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding what you're trying to say.
Nothing.
Are you insinuating that the elves and humans both do it roughly the same way because that's how they were taught by their gods?
Yes.
So if the gods speak to them, if they're screwing it up,
I'm all right with this, as long as you remember that the elves were here first.
was the elven gods here first?
Yes.
I kind of bring my arms
I
around
can't argue
everybody,
that, actually.
kind of lightly nudge us where we're supposed to be walking towards.
Oh yeah, I assume we're having
Yeah,
this
we're walking.
conversation while walking.
Okay, just making sure.
But he
Yeah,
walks
this
very
heretical
slowly,
thought.
so we have a lot of time to discuss on the
Godric, you
way.
have long legs. We're walking at a normal pace. You all have to walk at a slightly slower than normal pace.
You have to walk at a slowly faster pace.
I could levitate you and we could drag you along.
That feels inappropriate.
Well, then don't complain.
So do you guys... actually, you know what? Now's a good spot for us to take a break. Give you guys
That's
a
right.
few moments
Yeah, I didn't
to...
realize the time was.
Actually, I'll lead up to it this way. So you're taken through additional vaulted chambers and past another statue of Parathor. which is like kind of him kneeling down and like handing like almost like a shining. The statue itself is like this white grayish marble, except for this radiating large diamond that like seems to represent the sun, and he's handing it, like leaning over and handing it down towards human beings that are kind of reaching up toward it, this sitting like memorial, whatever. You kind of go past that into this back room, and you can hear voices coming through the doors as you arrive, and the acolyte just kind of stops and turns, steps to the side and says, "They're expecting you. Go through the doors when you are ready." Both the High Priest Henrik Malvra, Inquisitor Elsan Kalmir, and Inquisitor Isabel Gerswin are present in the room, as well as Knight Commander of the Blazing Lance Griffin Knights, Helman Trostel, waiting for you.
Sounds important.
Well, they're taking us seriously for a change.
You're standing outside of the doors. You can hear the conversations on the other side. It's not like raised voices or anything, but you can just, every once in a while, you can catch like that there is conversation happening on the other side of the door. So what do you want to do?
I'm gonna walk up and open the door.
But how?
Walk up and open the door.
Okay.
Walk in.
Okay.
They said we were through here, so walk
Sure.
in.
No problem.
No flare.
So you open the door, and the conversation stops for the moment, and they kind of, all the eyes in the room turn to look in your direction. The room is this kind of, it's this basically, it's designed more or less with the same kind of aesthetics as the rest of the temple is, though you can see that maybe it's a little bit older than certain other parts. Most of the paint on the, like the panels in between these recessed arches are kind of worn out. So it's a circular chamber. It's filled with tomes and books just stacked on the edges by the panels. Parathor, like there's a visage, the same one that you've already been seeing is like in the center of the ceiling looking down in the room. Magical sconces are like emitting this soft light from the recessed wall-embedded arches. And you can see this priest, Parathor, and several other members of the church behind this kind of semicircle desk. And then there's two other heavily armed individuals who are dressed very similarly to the way Clara was, is kind of just standing in front of them, and they all turn to look at you as you came in. Also, you see the Knight Commander, who you already met, Helman Trostel, is there, standing next to the Inquisitors.
I'll walk in and sort of step forward. I believe we are expected.
So the Inquisitors comes over to you. Everybody in the room is human, by the way. So that makes Trin and you the only non-humans in the room. Oh yeah, you're a Warforged, I forget. They don't count Goliath that way.
Oh, okay.
Goliaths are just big humans, as far as the rest of the world's concerned.
Big human.
But he kind of like snaps to and turns. Let's see. Turns and walks over to you. Introduces himself. He's like, Isabel Gerswin, my lady. Might I have your name and the names of your companions?
I am Katarina. This is Locke, Trin Twilight, Godric, and Lawmaster Ulthion.
And so, might I assume that you are the adventurers sent on behalf of the Banner Alliance?
You are correct, yes.
Right. Well, feel free to come and, I guess, just find a good, more comfortable spot to stand then, and we'll get on with it then. So they kind of go back to standing around this, like, so the semicircle where the priest and all the others are standing, and in front of that is like a kind of smaller table that's designed to like kind of fit in that space right there. And the table, there's just a whole ton of like documents and scrolls and books on it laid out, and then like a large map, it seems, from where you're standing, of the Empire itself and all of its kind of outlying neighboring territories. And so then the next one comes over to you, younger than Essenbol, but probably at least in his like earlyish 30s. He introduces himself, Elson Kamir, Inquisitor.
It's a pleasure.
And Helman Trostel, the Knight Commander, kind of comes over as well. He's like, "Lady, sirs."
Yes, but pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Glad you could make it here today. Although I didn't know that you already had business with the Inquisition.
You did certainly help us get here faster.
Yes, Griffins are a quick, agile creatures.
And
They get the job
apologies
done.
on not mentioning our business with the Inquisitors, but we try to keep some form of subtlety about our comings and goings.
Fair enough. It's fair enough, I understand. And the priest kind of stands up. My name is Henrik Malvra, and I'm the head priest of the church here in Vanheim. Either way.
A pleasure to meet you.
The Inquisition apparently requested individuals to represent the Banner Alliance in their part in what's happening. So I respect that you're here.
We're more than happy to help where we can.
I think our two Inquisitors have business with you first to deal with. I'm just here to observe and be a part to the discussions. And give haven to make sure no outside eyes or ears hear what's said in here.
Perfect.
That is much appreciated.
So, Isanvul kind of turns to you and beckons you over to the table. And just has the map and everything laid out. Says, so, the Empire, I'm sure you've heard the news, much has changed since we originally sent the invitation to open discussions and I guess just to tease the idea of combining forces with the Banner Alliance. Tensions have always been high between us and the kingdoms of the Shattered Coast, and many of them never will and never have trusted our intentions or what the Empire has planned for going into the future. But it seems a great deal of dangers have arrived as of late, and the world has changed drastically.
I do fear that now is a time where these independent countries must put their squabbles aside, or there will be no more independent countries to squabble.
It's a valid point. Either way, the Inquisition was chosen to lead this because the Inquisition operates under its own imperial authority and answers only to the Emperor directly. So they trust us to keep it quiet and keep it secret. The Empire as a whole, as far as everyone else is aware, has no interest in forming any sort of cohesive alliance and working with the Banner Alliance themselves. The Emperor, though, feels very differently about it and is keeping this information from most of his top marshals and generals and officers in the armies and regiments that make up the Empire's forces.
It seems like it would be very difficult to form any kind of alliance without support from your ranks as the Emperor.
That might be the case, which is why the Emperor wants good faith made on behalf of the Banner Alliance and the Empire to smooth that over.
Give like a justification. Hey, they're not so bad. We justify teaming up.
Exactly. So with that being said, fighting several months ago erupted in the northeastern territories or state of Tuderberg, which started with a seemingly innocent raid and invasion by hobgoblin mercenary units coming out of the hobgoblin holds in the King's Triumph Mountains.
Oh, hobgoblins!
My sentiments exactly. Not to be trusted, vicious, warmongering creatures. Either way. The Empire was slow to respond at first, assuming that Teutoburg could protect itself, its own regiments and defense forces and knightly orders would be capable of repelling them, as they've done dozens of times before in the past. But that was before we were informed that dragons had been seen assisting the hobgoblins in their invasion. They struck first outlying and small communities that were isolated and moved their way towards the capital city of Teutoburg and sacked it. All behind the power of an incredibly large red dragon.
The entire city gone.
The city isn't itself necessarily gone, but most of its inhabitants were evacuated, and whatever is left standing is just ruins at this point. The issue we now run into in raising our armies and sending them to fight is, for one, forcing the hobgoblins to commit to open battle, of which they have been reluctant to and staying on the move.
These hobgoblins are fantastic tacticians. They may be hated, but they are to be respected.
Yes, and more join their ranks on a regular basis. We've seen goblins, bugbears, ogres, and giants joining them in their fights as well. And we have yet to be able to pin them down to battle. But more worrisome, it's hard to commit to a large-scale offensive while we're not necessarily sure where the dragon is, or whether there are more, or where their money and funding is coming from. Because somebody has to be paying these mercenaries, this Red Hand mercenary company, to wage this war.
This dragon, this red one, was it pure red, or did it have like some different colored scales, almost like it was old and had scales that were changing colors?
Are you insinuating that it might be Andrakar?
Yes.
We don't know.
Well, dragons, they have like hordes and stuff, so if they're getting any kind of help from dragons, maybe they're just being hired by them.
It's not quite unlikely if these dragons are working with Takesis and, in essence, Tiamat in some ways, then their tithe could easily be pulled for the sake of armies and mercenaries.
Not that. I kind of lean over to Leon. Could they not be funded by
They could, but it would be very difficult to transport that money to Teutoburg without crossing Bravashan borders first. The logistics behind that much pay is
unless there's a dragon who just blinks and is there.
If dragons can do that.
Dragon did it for us.
It blinked pay to you?
No, it blinked us somewhere.
Yes, I was there for that.
It's not entirely unreasonable that Emrath could have some sort of involvement. It's when you start going down that line of thinking, yeah, it's not a formalized military, but that's exactly what mercenary groups are for, is to help split up your enemies. It's a force that you can afford to lose because it's not your prime unit. They don't owe you any particular allegiance.
Right, I think what we're trying to say is that these mercenaries are working maybe not hand in hand, but tangentially with the Republic of Emrath.
Well, we already know.
You have proof of this?
Absolutely.
Excellent.
The Empire has been diligently working to raise additional troops and regiments and get all of the different states ready for war.
Then
Unfortunately, the Republic made the first move and invaded Lindstadt early yesterday.
early yesterday. Interesting. Well, I hate to come off as rude, but we are men of action, so what exactly would you have us do?
Well, the first thing that we need, while the Empire gets ready to send forces to assist Lynchstadt, and we prepare a formal declaration of war against the Republic, we're attempting to secure the issues in Teutoburg. I think that comes down to rooting out the spy networks and dissidents that are within the boundaries of the Empire, making our lives impossibly difficult. Disrupting supply lines, capturing and killing scouts and messengers, and making it exceptionally hard to put together and organize troop movements. We have people like Lady Ravencroft who refuse to do their duties and go and fight where they needed to fight.
Well, we may be able to offer more assistance than we'd originally planned. We actually may have a way of convincing Lady Ravencroft to join your effort, and on top of that, we're here to track down members of
We're
Cult
already,
of Domination spy ring.
yeah, we're already chasing leadership from the Cult of Domination.
We have reason to believe they are not far from here.
So it's exceptionally fortuitous then that that's exactly what we need from you.
Not fortuitous, I'd say destined.
Either way, if you can get the Lady Ravencroft to assist and mobilize her armies to fight the vampires and finish the siege, then that would mean more resources that would be available to divert to Oswell and the more southwestern states for war. It's only a matter of time before Republic legions cross the Alakul Mountains into Midheim.
Is Helmond in this group still?
Yeah, he's there.
Okay.
He's listening. He's just standing off to the side, kind of just being patient. So what we need from you is we need you to find the Dragon Riven's spy master, Terrowyn.
Ah, a name already spoken amongst our group.
He's been fomenting rebellion and insurgency within Reichland, within all of the other states, and organizing hodgepodge rebellions and zealots into attacking supply wagons, supply trains, depots, forts, all throughout the Empire, making it a logistical nightmare for us. Expanding upon what I was saying. We have reason to believe that he's here or nearby
He's here now in the city?
in Midheim. He's been remaining elusive and hiding underground. We haven't been able to locate him exactly, but we have scouts and spies that we think are closing in on his exact location as we speak.
Are those scouts and spies in Old Vanheim?
Surrounding areas, outlying settlements, eliminating possible targets and hiding locations for his base of operations. So once we receive word that those other locations are empty, we know for a fact that he's in Old Vanheim.
We have reason to believe that an old temple to Bahamut that is in Old Vanheim may be serving as a front of sorts for, they call it the Sanctuary, and I believe that that is where Tirothan is, with many other, could be countless members of the Cult of Domination there as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, it seems your sources are just about as good as ours or better. But either way, we don't know for sure if he's there. We are unfamiliar with the term the Sanctuary. It hasn't crossed us through intercepted messages and reports yet. We do know that Tirothan is an exceptionally dangerous and powerful sorcerer of sorts. And based on the reports of our Knight Commander here, we now know that a great deal of Dragonborn refugees and spies have made their way into the area recently. The children of Bahamut have made a makeshift camp around the old temple and Old Vanheim, and that something is going on there.
Spy networks require a well-practiced leadership, one capable of micromanaging each and every spy independently, or cell, as you would have it, as opposed to rooting out each and every individual spy and trying each of them. It's much easier to just cut the head of the snake off completely. we take out Tarathan, you won't have to worry so much about these refugees.
We agree. Except the plan is to aim much larger than Tarathan.
To Riven.
We have reason to believe, based on a report that was intercepted, that wherever Tarathan is, he will be meeting with Riven soon. The Knight Commander has brought his squadron from Reichland and hunting and killing other dragons as they can, and providing support and a cover for their presence here in Midheim.
Riven is incredibly crafty.
He tends not to travel as a dragon as far as we're aware either.
Yes. I believe he's traveled as a man named Giles as well. I don't know if you have that information.
That's not one of the names that we're aware of that he travels under.
So it could be more beneficial to just find Tarathan and track him, rather than eliminate him as a whole.
Possibly.
If we want to get Riven out, yes.
If Riven is capable of... Well, if Tarathan is so high up in the ranks that Riven is dealing directly with him, then I propose even endangering Tarathan, specifically if it's us. Might draw Riven out. Top of that, you can't possibly guarantee that 100% of your spies and agents are in fact loyal.
We can guarantee that the Inquisitions are.
Sure, but what if word got out that a group known as Thunder Dangerous was carrying the dragon orbs on person?
No, I don't follow.
Riven's looking for orbs, called dragon orbs. We don't have them, but if common knowledge was that we did, Riven would come seeking them.
Well,
So you get some concerned whispering and discussion coming from the priests or whatever. And then Hellman just kind of laughs. He's like, the orbs are a myth. They're not real.
Riven thinks otherwise.
So how does that relate to... If we already know that Riven is coming to Tarathan to meet with him, more than likely to gather information, or who knows whatever that reason may be, then why do we need an additional incentive?
We've drawn him out before. He has an unhealthy vendetta against us.
Towards you all specifically?
Yes.
Why?
We're a thorn in his side.
We kind of screwed up some of his plans. And he kind of took it personally. He has a little bit of an ego.
I think he thinks he's.
I think your actions in Rivergate caused more damage for him than he expected you would, and then I think stopping his attack in Greencrest was also a bit of a slap in the face.
So Isenville speaks up again. Who are you individuals?
We're the heroes of Rivergate.
Never heard of you.
Saviors of Greencrest, the...
But why do I get the distinct feeling that you know a lot more than what you're telling us?
Because
I feel
we
like
do.
there's missing pieces here.
I believe that you have all the information that is important.
I don't think so. What is it that you're not telling us?
May I have a moment to confer with my friends?
I think you've had enough moments before coming here. Why is it that you could guarantee that Riven would want to come here for you?
We know what he's looking for.
Yes, you told me he's looking for something that doesn't exist.
Well,
So
specifically
simply
what
that.
he thinks he's going to find in Old Vanheim, right?
Yes.
Well,
Well,
he's also...
So they're there looking for something. That
We-
explains their movements and what they've been doing.
We do know for a fact that he has had us followed and kept our whereabouts watched.
I look over the
Are you
priest.
sure it was Riven and not Tarathan doing so on Riven's behalf?
It's the same in the end.
It's really not.
Malvra, you said specifically that the room was warded, or that you were protecting from prying eyes and ears.
I mean, not specifically. That the church is quiet and no one knows the Inquisitors are here.
Might my friend cast a spell?
I'm on it.
I would really rather not.
It's a guaranteed magical protection against scrying or any other forms of magical eavesdropping.
And it may allow us to be a little bit more transparent. Now it sounds like we're casting an invisibility spell. That's not what it is.
So I'm just walking around the room, and on all the walls, floors, and ceiling, I'm just prestoing in a bunch of runes and lines and things for the sanctum. Takes 10 minutes. And then cast it.
Okay. So you cast the spell.
And I reassure the priest, I'll make a healthy donation to the church for your troubles.
All right.
So yeah, the runes and things are surrounded by sharp angled lines and circles like a circuit like a circuit diagram and things, and inside of there are the arcane runes and hidden in kind of a cipher. And then once it's all over the entire room, I just kind of put my hands together, and there's a static in the air, and everyone's hair goes up, and then it's done. It's done.
Well, my friends, I feel it is now as good a time as any to reveal the information I had for you, and we'll just share it with these trusted allies.
Should we, make him swear some kind of oath?
To be seen.
A pinky
allies.
promise or something?
Again, we
not
don't necessarily
believe that's
trust you
necessary.
either. It's the whole point of you coming here to assist.
Right.
It's to open up the line of negotiations between the Empire and the Banner Alliance.
And in order to do that, we're going to extend our trust to you first.
Oh, I don't like
It's a good
trusting
start.
people with it.
So what
Don't
what do you
worry.
have to tell
It's
us?
gonna be fun.
I was granted an audience with Sayanine, as well as one of her agents and one of my dear friends, and I learned a great deal of things. One night hence, I learned of the Republic's invasion to Lindstadt. I also learned that there is a tomb for one of the Dragon Knights buried in Old Vanheim.
That's convenient. You can find it anywhere.
Again, it's not convenient, it's fate.
You might have a point.
At this point, at least. More importantly, we are in possession of the dragon orbs.
So
Wow,
that
you
just
just
look
told
into
me
it.
everything.
And what proof do you have of this? What proof do you have they're even real?
I guess, honest at the moment, we have none.
They're not with us.
You're a priest. Place me behind an oath of truthfulness. I shall not lie.
All that would prove is that you believe what you say is the truth.
Well,
Then at least you know we're
Riven's
honest.
hunting us for some reason. Whether or not the orbs are real, he thinks they are, and he thinks we have them.
But you don't.
Oh, we have them.
Then produce them so that we can see them, that they're real. We're speaking of ancient legends and things that nobody was even alive to see.
And we
You
are not
understand that, right?
we are not foolish enough to keep such legends on our person at all times.
They could easily take.
Why
a
not? Could they not
representative.
be used to destroy dragons as they attack you?
We're not
Have they not
entirely
been
sure
told
yet.
that they could take them down and kill them, drive them mad? Why would you not immediately put them to work and kill every dragon that you find?
Because each of these orbs houses one of the harbingers of Takesis.
I'm sorry, what?
They just look at each other like, we're confused. What is the harbinger of Takesis?
Takesis' greatest generals in the War of the Dragons.
We didn't know that.
No.
I was gifted this knowledge by
So the
saying-
priest kind of stands up and he's like, so what you're saying is that you want us all to believe that this isn't some incursion and invasion from aggressive enemies of ours? That we're not waging just a war, we're waging a war against an ancient enemy of legend and mythical status who has come back to the material plane from death and is weaving things in the background to happen to her or his whim?
That kind of something.
That this isn't coincidence? That
While
Riven isn't our ultimate target and isn't responsible solely for what's happening?
while all the things that you've said are true, it's not necessarily important that you believe us or not. For now, we all have the same short-term goal of finding Riven and defeating him,
Yes,
and that
it'd
will aid towards the larger goal of stopping Takesis.
Riven is but a stepping stone when it comes to the dragons.
And honestly,
Stepping stone towards what? I have to report to the Emperor and explain things that happen and what goes on. And you're telling me I should take this legend to the Emperor himself and say, these people have told us and unraveled this great mystery surrounding this ancient legend. They themselves hold these keys to ultimately defeating and destroying one of the most powerful threats that the world has ever faced.
hold on.
And that she's coming back.
Yes.
You understand how insane this sounds?
She already
Yeah.
tried to come back. I'm sure you've picked up news of what happened in Rivergate, 8 months since?
You gotta keep
Yes.
him.
Rivergate was overrun and invaded by devils.
Yes.
Yes.
And where is Takesis, exactly?
Dead.
Oh, dead. Her soul hasn't been forced into servitude.
If she's even real.
You are talking to some members of this group who are in Rivergate and have come back from the abyss.
Which is precisely why the Banner Alliance asked them to act as their agents.
And you said so that yourself, that little pieces of the information that we gave you made total sense because they're looking for something, and their movements would coincide with what we're telling you.
Yes, because they're convinced something is real, but you're ultimately telling us that this all connects to that.
Yes.
It does.
And don't forget what happened in Marseille as the Knights of Leor roted out and destroyed the Church of the Dragon recent lists.
We've also been trying to figure out how some of the nuances of how these orbs work and some of the history behind it. We've visited a freaking dragon rider's tomb.
She showed me the battles. She showed me what they fought.
Oh, you don't know what you saw. Dumb oaf from Samaria either way.
Hey,
Listen,
you
as
asked.
somebody of
Hand goes to God's
intelligence
arm.
wants to discuss. You don't understand what you are trying to convince us of what is happening. What do you want from us?
We're not trying to
We're
convince you of
here.
anything. What we want is for you to keep the information we've given you in the back of your minds as we continue to act now as your agents as well. We'll bring you Riven.
You said there was stuff we knew more, and we're saying it. And instead you
Oh.
decide to insult us.
We were asked to come here to help you. I'm not sure why.
We asked for individuals to assist us in a very specific task.
And that is exactly what we will
We
do.
were sent.
With or without you.
No, that's not how this works.
I'm not sure where the hostility is coming from when we're only here to do as you asked for help.
You're hitting us with this unbelievable tale. It sounds like it's made up and comes out of some child's storybook.
You don't have
Yes.
to believe it
Takesis
if you
is
don't
not
want
real.
to.
The knights were not real. The orbs have been lost and destroyed forever if they were real. Have you not read the stories yourselves?
I take up Marlena's bracer that I took from the tomb and I just hand it forward. This is one of the Dragon Knight's armors. Feel free to use whatever version of legend lore you have on it.
Nobody here is capable of doing that.
No one.
No one. This is an Eridor elf. We don't have people around every corner who are capable of casting magic like that. And even then, it's highly regulated.
Oh,
Why? Because unlike your people, humanity and the Empire has had to suffer at the hands of those who misuse magic for thousands of years.
And we
So we
haven't
won't
suffered
just
at the
do
dark,
so.
the Dark Elves.
The Dark Elves. cares about your infighting with your wretched cousin folk?
Right, who cares about your infighting with your wretched hobgoblin folk?
But we're not being productive here. All right? You wanted truth. We gave you truth. You don't have to believe it. You can dismiss it as a fairy tale. At the end of the day, we do know that Riven is real, and he is a stepping stone, so let's focus on that. The things we can verify and prove that aren't fairy tales. You wanted to know what we knew. We shared it. You can take that or leave it. But let's move forward and forge this bond so that we can, if we are not making it up, we'll clear up the Riven issue. And if we are not making it up, and then we get proven correct, you know we were being straightforward with you the whole time.
Moving forward, you'll know whether or not you can trust the Banner Alliance if we are its agents. We're not asking anything of you, except to listen to what we're saying. What you do with that information is between you and your Emperor, if you decide to even bring the information to him. Till then, we're simply adventurers working for you.
I just think we need more than your word and legends and myths and what you believe is happening to go on. Because I don't believe you understand the implications of what you're saying, if they are true, go beyond the very small reason that we called you here. Do you not understand that? If
Yes,
the
we
entire
are aware.
world and realm, all realms are at threat from the revival of some ancient threat from thousands of years gone, then this changes everything that we think about what has been happening.
Would you trust us more if we completed this short-term task
We
with
would
you
trust you
first?
more if you present the dragon orbs and tell us where they are.
No.
That is never going to happen.
Then I'm afraid that we're not going to be able to do anything for you.
I
Alright,
could send
I
a
guess we're done here,
representative
then.
to see them. Someone who could message back,
No.
and then they could be held captive.
It's not entirely a terrible idea.
Or that's not going to work.
Any
They already
information about where they are is completely off the table.
No. We cannot put them at risk.
Well, even then, it's not going to work anyway because they don't trust us in the first place. So we're saying, hey, send someone off to be a prisoner? That's not going to buy any good faith.
We wanted to find Tarathan
We treated
anyways. We can go. I don't think there's any reason for us to have this conversation any longer.
You know, if it counts for anything, I wish you were right, and I wish we were just full of crap and off our rockers. Unfortunately, that's not the case.
I do have an oathing miracle I could cast. If one of your inquisitors was willing to accept an oath from me, I could bind it. The oath being that they do not divulge this information until they have confirmed whether or not it's true. I'd be willing to send one of their agents under that premise. I believe the humans might call it a Gaius.
So he kind of stops and leans over and starts talking to the other, the Inquisitor, and then he turns back and they start speaking to each other. And Elsand, the younger of the two, and what guarantees do we have that this elven magic isn't just going to warp our minds and our perspective? See what you want us to see, believe what we want you to see.
I'm happy to hand over the rights. You can study them as long as you wish before you agree.
They go back to talking to each
No
other
intention
again.
whatsoever of molding anyone's minds. I am a lawmaster of Alatrari.
Which she responds to with, which means nothing in our lands.
But it means everything in mine.
Maybe. But we're not in your lands, your oaths. The power that you think that you have does not matter here. Parathor watches over us, as he watches over all the other deities. We answer to the Imperial throne and the Emperor himself. We are protected by Parathor. We need to know that we can trust all of you. With what you've told us, the only way that is possible is to try to attempt to formalize alliances well beyond what our intentions were originally when we asked for representatives from the Banner Alliance. If what you say is true, this stretches beyond the immediate threat of what we're dealing with. It took all of the world's kingdoms and arms and magic to defeat the rule of Takesis the first time.
And now you know why the Banner Alliance is asking for your help.
They didn't ask for our help. We asked for their assistance and their representation in this matter. Because we thought we were simply dealing with a dragon who had gotten too big for his own wings and had this grand idea of ruling his own empire, Riven. And then the Republic's part, and they played into it, seemed to connect to the cult of domination and all the dragon's beliefs and all the heretical nonsense that they've been spreading through the streets and through our towns, fermenting outright conflict and rebellion within the Empire's boundaries. And now that the Republic has invaded Lindstadt, drawing us into an ever increasingly widening conflict, we have to start sharing this information with the people who can act. The Emperor is the only one who has the power and the authority necessary, and I can't come to him with myths and legends. It must be fact. It must be the truth, so that he can declare a formal war against the cult of domination.
Sure, but for now,
Directly.
a temporary war against Imrath will do. It's close enough. We're not asking you to change any bit of the machinations of the Empire. We're simply asking for you to hear us out and keep that in mind as we continue our tasks.
What if
It does change things because the cult of domination resides within Emrath,
What if
but they also reside within the Dragon Reasonless, the children of Bahamut. We'd be declaring war against an ideology, not just a republic or a kingdom. To combat it, we would have to create agents in multiple lands and chase them to the ends of the earth. All the way, what you're more or less saying is that the Empire would have to declare war on Shadazar, not the Republic.
If we brought in the tomb of Marlena.
What if
Prove
we
much.
capture...
We're going around in circles. The thing is I have offered you a solution through my spell. If you don't like it, then you'll have to await our defeat of Revan, which at this point is ordained by the Seldarine. It will happen.
It will not happen without our support and without our permission to do what you're doing within our borders. That's what your Sumerian friend didn't seem to understand. If I tell you you're not allowed to take a step outside the city, you're not allowed to. Or your friend here who reeks of black magic gets burned at the stake.
I'm
Lay a
finished with
hand
this.
on her hair, and I
Don't
will
threaten me.
I will threaten
barbarian.
you!
No, you won't.
I'm finished
And
with
you
this
see he
conversation.
pulls out the pendant, and the high priest stands up. And both the Inquisitors reach for their weapons on their hilts.
I reach for mine.
Okay.
I'm gonna leave.
Panic! Nah, I'll walk out with her.
So you're gonna try to walk out?
I am.
Okay. What are you doing, Trent?
I don't understand what we wanted. We just wanted to kill Riven, and they want us to kill Riven, and now they're mad we want to kill Riven. I don't get it.
We're going to kill the dragon. Come on.
Yeah.
I don't think you're playing the long game correctly here. You can stop us, that's fine, but you asked us to do a task for you, and we were doing that task regardless. So now you're trying to stop us on what? The pride of Parathor alone?
On the pride that we can't trust you to leave with the information that we have without being able to fully trust you.
We gave you more information than you gave us.
We already knew what you
Yeah,
had.
and you refuse to follow through with it.
Refuse to tell you exactly
Tell
where
us
the
where
orbs
the
are.
dragon orbs are,
They're not in Bravadis.
so you don't have them.
Yes, we do.
They're safe.
It would take
You don't.
but an instance to go
Where
and retrieve them.
Are they?
No.
You have spoken
All right.
too much already. Speak again, and you'll become enemies of the Empire.
They're in the hands
Test me,
of the Banner
barbarian.
Alliance.
The Banner Alliance has the dragon orbs then.
Yes.
Well, that changes a great... Why didn't you just say that from the beginning? We can immediately send ambassadors and emissaries to the Banner Alliance and begin having these discussions at the levels where they matter.
Except
you do not matter
the
in this.
key leaders of the Banner Alliance do not know where the orbs are. We do matter because we are the ones burdened with the guardianship of these orbs.
By whom?
By the powers that be.
The powers that be. Speaking to clerics and paladins and those alike.
Look, we're here to help each other. You
It doesn't
want more
feel like it.
information? Then let us do our task. You can have more then. If you don't believe the orbs are real, then what knowledge do we have? We're still leaving this room with the intent of slaying Tarathan and Riven. And working with you to do so.
If you prefer, we'll capture Tarathan. You can interrogate him and get all the answers you want. Shouldn't be too difficult.
Assuming that that works. Yes.
Tear him apart if he doesn't answer. We don't care.
That
It's still a dragon.
capturing may be difficult. Apparently, they have a propensity towards self-destruction.
Yes. Immolation. Through magic.
Well,
We've encountered many of their spies who do the same thing upon being captured.
we'll try.
Well, that's
We
what
lose
Tarathan
nothing
is
if he
for.
dies.
We lose nothing. Do you...
You just told us to kill him.
No, we did not.
Slay
When
him.
did I say the words?
You said
kill
slay
him?
him. Slay him and the dragon. You just
No,
said
I
it.
said slay Riven. We're using Tarathan as bait. We do not need Tarathan slayed. He's the master of spies.
No, we're not planning on slaying Tarathan. We're talking about the dragon.
Yes.
Yes, we can capture Tarathan.
Sure.
Capturing Tarathan would be best. We take him back to Conewald, where he's locked away and interrogated, and we tear apart his spy network and stabilize the Empire enough that we can mobilize for war. The problem being, we need to know where those orbs are, and who's in possession of them, and why. At this point, if they are real, and they have been found and are being controlled, all empires and kingdoms of humanity, elves, and dwarves deserve to be a part in the discussion of what happens with them and where they're used. And the Empire has the best tools necessary to deploy them and use them.
Yes, and so says the Banner Alliance and the dwarves as well. Eridor's the only one who haven't weighed in on that.
Dwarves.
But I
They
neither...
refuse to send troops to assist in fighting either way.
Listen, I don't disagree with you. I simply state that everybody feels that same way, and it's important moving forward to understand that. It's a political hurdle you'd have to jump over. Either way, we are not planning on acting without your oversight. Feel free, send an attaché, direct us. We simply have one task of our own that would greatly benefit you by allowing Lady Ravencroft to move her troops. And we were planning on dealing with Tarathan anyway.
We capture Tarathan, and you bring him to us, then we will be willing to entertain the idea that you're completely telling us the truth.
That's all that I ask.
We can't mobilize armies on hearsay and your word when the vampire aristocracy is at war with us and when the Republic invades Lindstadt, who requires aid. The Emperor has an important choice to make, whether or not to divert troops to Lindstadt to fight, resource support, or whether or not to begin planning the invasion of the Republic itself.
I fear all of that might be a distraction, but if the Dragon's Tomb is in Old Vanheim, at the very least we will have more information for you. And of course we would expect you to explore it with us.
Either way, none of this matters unless the spies actually locate him. Do what you will, and we'll send word as soon as our spies locate the actual whereabouts of Tarathan and confirm where he isn't, so that way we know where he is.
Of course.
So, when Riven is brought here, dealing with him will be in part yours and parts of the Griffin Knight's responsibilities.
Yes. It is crafty, and we still haven't quite cracked the egg on how to defeat a flying dragon. But if you can bring him low, I'm sure we can make short work of him.
The Griffin Knights will be responsible for keeping Riven pinned to the ground.
Well, as I've seen them in action, I have complete faith in their capabilities.
That being said, as we move forward with this masterfully crafted plan, and so long as we're working together and everything's on good terms, you don't touch Katarina.
We haven't so far, and she'll be safe for the time being.
You're right, and she's worked with another Inquisitor already.
Which Inquisitor would that be?
I believe she has the paperwork for that.
A pardon from another Inquisitor.
That's correct.
We'll see about that. All right. Just know that when I report this, I'm not at all happy that you refused to give up the location of the Dragon Orb so that we could verify the authenticity of your claims.
I gave you an option.
The Emperor also won't like it. If you're telling the truth, and we successfully slay Riven and capture Terrowyn, I expect the Emperor will want to meet you in Conewald and speak to you about the next steps.
We do have some business in Cornwall anyway. Again, fortuitous.
Yes.
Wonderful. Hopefully he won't be as hostile about asking for our help. Shall we?
We shall.
Alright, I'm gonna...
So I assume to go and assist in Lady Ravencroft's issue and free her up and her troops to fight the vampire aristocracy. Then from here,
we would do that first while you said your scouts and spies were slowly ruling out specific safe houses.
it should take maybe a day or two.
Perfect. Right on schedule, actually.
There's 4 other locations where we've seen Dragon Reasonableists and Children of Bahamut gathering in large numbers, and Dragonborn have been spotted or spies have been captured along the roads.
Excellent.
I'm sure that you've been at work at this a little while, and we've only had a few encounters, because trying to save the world and all. Okay, not at the time. But they tend to communicate using these magical mirrors where they can see both ways when they're talking to Terrowyn.
That's
So,
interesting.
If you spot them carrying these kind of magical devices, that might be a tip that might be a way to identify them. And they also sometimes have these tattoos and stuff that helps them blow themselves up all gross like. Anyway, I just figured that since we're sharing, everyone's looking at me. I'm feeling a little uncomfortable. All right. Yep.
Well, then the meeting is adjourned then. Feel free to leave the way that you came, and feel free to come back at any time.
Spell's gone.
I'm sure the High Priest would like to speak to you about your magic and your claims about the Gaius and whether it can be trusted.
Sure. As I said, he is welcome to study them.
Aside from that, the Inquisition assumed that we would be paying for the services. So, what price shall we negotiate? What do we need?
Bringing down a dangerous cult in your midst. 50,000 gold?
I think that's...
And they get us the necessary components, or they get us potions of poison resistance, because I would prefer not to walk into his breath again.
That was a good point.
It seems like a fair barter, given that we don't just get to kill him, we gotta bring him back alive.
We'll want to present something fair for the work at hand. You are asking us to assist in the slaying of a dragon. But
Yes. Well, to participate in the slaying of a dragon that would have happened regardless of whether you were here.
Right.
Yes, of course, powerful.
What we're actually asking you to do is find Terathan, capture him, and bring us to us.
Right.
Riven comes next.
Okay, so just for the capture of Terrowyn.
He's a
Rooting
dangerous enemy.
Rooting out a dangerous cult in your midst. 50,000 gold. I'm sure the crown can afford it.
Maybe substitute out the cost of
No,
files of action.
make some additions on top. That's reasonable. What do you need to do your jobs?
Money.
Need only the light of Glorindel and the Seldarine.
If they keep Riven on the ground, I can kill him.
They'll be providing Griffin Knights for that. Yeah?
We'll expect a large sum of coinage, and perhaps a few small favors amongst the group. Again, assuming that our story checks out and that we've done what you've asked of us.
Well, payment for a job is payment for a job. Regardless. Everything else will be settled afterwards, after we ascertain the truth of the situation. We will be reaching out to the Banner Alliance. We will be inquiring as to the location of the Dragon Orbs and what they know of them, as well as other allies.
Alright, then upon successful workings of the job, I don't understand the minuties of human coinage as well as maybe some of you would, but a large sum of gold and, you know what, legal rights to the body of Riven.
Sure, why not? We won't need it. Assuming you kill him, sure. You may take what you want from his corpse.
I would like guaranteed immunity after the fight against him.
That could probably be arranged. Only the Emperor can sign such an edict.
Well, have him start working out his signing wrist. What's going to happen? Is that not a phrase? You all looked at me funny.
It was close enough.
I think we're on the right page there. Everything else I'd want would be after we've proven ourselves to you anyway.
So you want no gold and no payment.
That was a large sum of gold, plus the body of Riven.
What's a large sum of gold?
One of you?
Locke, this is normally where you do the negotiating.
Okay. 50,000 gold pieces. The body.
For Terathan.
Terathan alive.
Terathan alive.
50,000 gold pieces, the body of the dragon, and her immunity.
Then I want to come from the body.
Tell you what. The gold, done. You capture Terathan, regardless of whether Riven dies or not. Go to Conewald, and you explain to the Emperor and tell him where the Dragon Orbs are. We sign her immunity. And we call it good.
Well, sounds like a deal to me. The Goliath would like to know if the dragon's body is still on the table.
Pieces of it.
You can have it. We don't need it.
Then the rest I'm perfectly okay with.
Yeah. Sounds reasonable.
where would we inquire about potions and scrolls that we might need in order to accomplish this task?
If you could extend us a line of credit, and that way we can figure out what we need without your intervention.
Sure.
Take it out of our final pay?
No, additionally.
You named him Locke, but you should have named him Abacus.
Also, that line of credit, we'd like that to be a permanent thing. We'll pay it off annually, let's say.
Fine.
Very well.
Do not abuse the credit, though.
Everything will be used
Listen,
in the defense
I look over
of
at
humanity.
it doesn't matter what you're using to defend it. Understand that the people who live within the boundaries of the Empire are not here to be your tools or mechanisms for your advancement. They have lives to live, children to feed, and stores to pay taxes on.
It will not be abused.
You have my word.
Right. I think the meeting is adjourned then.
Perfect.
Excellent. Sir Helmond.
Yes. Otheon, was it? Correct?
Yes, it is.
Mhm.
We may have need of your transportation again, if that is at all doable.
I don't believe we have any exceptionally dire business at the moment, and getting back in contact with my patrols and meeting with my junior officers, heading in the direction of the Tower of Fell Bats, I assume.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
I think it can be arranged.
Excellent.
Though I believe I believe a teleportation would be more efficient, would it not?
It would.
Under normal circumstances, I would agree with that, but the owner of the tower, or the person who resides within the Tower of Fell Bats, is quite an accomplished mage, and
Is
I'm sure
expecting us.
teleportation of some sort would be warded, and they are expecting us.
Ah, I see. Well, sure.
As close as you can get us.
Let me find out what knights would be willing to volunteer to travel that direction and gather them together and give word that we should be leaving soon.
Yes, very soon. I know we are tired, but we don't have a lot of time, friends.
I won't lie. If we go there now, I'll be sated. I think that's the word, right?
You'll be.
Oh no, what do you mean?
I have the desire to crush things.
Well, let's give it a day.
That's close, Godric.
Oh,
Yes, I'm quite impressed that you even understood the word.
Learn me.
By the way, Sir Helmond.
let me escort you out
Yes,
through
please.
the temple and through the doors. So he kind of just, you guys leave the room, close the doors behind you. The Inquisitors stay behind, and you can hear that they're having a conversation on the other side of the wall, talking to the High Priest. And Hellman kind of just walks with you for a little bit and leads you towards the front of the building.
I hope the...
You have to forgive not the Inquisitors for their zealous nature. It is how they're trained. But you have to forgive that the dire straits of the Empire are being underplayed by the Inquisition, who believes they're in a place of power. They do represent the Emperor directly and the Church itself as agents of that power. They don't take very well to others, challenging their authority or challenging their perspectives. And they don't take kindly to outsiders with magic from outside their own lands.
I feel, at least on my part, there's nothing to forgive. Had they been in the halls of Alatrari, they would likely have been treated the same way we were.
No, they threatened your friends.
As well. That's a fairly standard thing in our line of work. If we were turned away by every threat, we wouldn't be here.
Either way, it's conduct that would be unbecoming of knights and most nobles and other individuals who would have you in their lands and their streets. But here, inside the temple, where their authority reigns supreme, it's a dangerous game. To argue with, to threaten with.
Yeah, they probably would have
Inquisition is
died
dangerous.
horribly.
Well, your understanding is greatly appreciated, Sir Helmond. You are clearly a titan among even those as skilled as your knights.
The Blazing Lance has been fighting and tracking and slaying dragons for months. When you said that it was because you believed that the dragon orbs had been resurfaced and that Takesis was once again trying to take over Terrowyn, so much that I have witnessed and experienced made so much more sense in that moment. The amount of dragons. I never even in my life assumed I would ever see one, let alone slay the 3 that we've killed in the 5 months' time.
3, you say?
Yes. Aside from the larger adult red dragon outside of Oswell, we've also slain smaller, younger dragons, which seem to be scouts and flybys most of the time.
Excellent. Well,
the cult of domination is everywhere. You must understand that.
But we do.
More
We
than
helped,
most.
we helped scour them in Leor.
I appreciate your assistance on what you are offering. You are asking a lot for people to believe in the myth and the legend as a current threat. And once they realized that that was much bigger than what they are trying to get from you, I assume it scared them.
Do us a favor, since you're one of them, ostensibly.
A knight of Bravadus is the same as an inquisitor.
Maybe you didn't have...
You harm my pride and honor.
I understand. Apologize, but tell them that you believe us.
I've been telling them for months that this doesn't feel right.
well,
Falls on deaf ears.
the Inquisitors are listening, even if they don't seem it. That is literally their job.
And if nothing else, it plants the seed of that is even a possibility.
I think we've already done that.
They don't need to be convinced. We will show them.
You didn't answer one important question that they asked you, though, which was, if the mortal races are in possession of the dragon orbs, why aren't we already at war slaying them?
Well, we did answer. The Harbingers.
The orbs
Well, you said
aren't possibly what you think they are.
the Harbingers isn't an answer, though. It says, these things are here. But I don't think the I believe that you were talking to people who you assume understand what you mean or what you say in the context of it being real. Like I said, most people don't even believe the Dragon Wars happened. So if we have the Dragon Orbs, what's preventing us from using them?
They're dangerous to use, and we don't necessarily know how yet.
So at this
More
point, they're
it is
useless.
Consider the orbs similar to your knights, your partners, the Griffins. You know how to utilize them, but if I were to take one of these Griffins for you, would it not just as soon tear my head apart than help me against you?
It would definitely turn on you the moment that you attempted to mount it.
And we believe the moment we attempted to use the Dragon Orbs, they would turn on us. We don't fully understand them yet.
Cursed?
Possibly.
Protected?
Or just never meant to be used against the dragons in the way we think or thought they were. The Harbingers, Takesis' most powerful agents, defeated and bound into these orbs, may have been what turned the tide in the first place, not the usage of them afterwards. There's still much we do not know.
The legends say, though, that the Dragon Knights used them
We do know
to
for a fact.
stop Takesis' dragons and win the war.
When I saw the battles, I witnessed them when we were in the tomb. They didn't use the orbs to kill them. They killed them themselves riding dragons.
It is likely what you saw was the creation of the orbs, but not what happened afterwards. Takesis was still defeated using the orbs. How that plays out in the legends, we're not sure.
It's true, we don't know. You're right.
Your theory is a good one that I share.
Which is why we're looking for the tombs for more answers.
The reason I became
Griffin Knight and became a knight in the first place was because of the legends of the Dragon Knights and the way that they fought so valiantly to defend the world. And the last stands made at Conewald, and the place that Bravardus had in slowing Takhisis' armies, and the great battles war waged, and the heroes made and forged during that time. It's worrisome.
It is.
The one thing
These
that
are
we
dire
do know
circumstances.
is that they're important, they're powerful, but they're dangerous. So like Altheon was saying, we need to know exactly what we're doing and how to use them properly if they even can be used. They can be used somehow, because obviously the enemy wants them. So our primary goal is to at least prevent that from happening. And in the meantime, figure out what we can do to stop them.
We will make allies of the church. I believe that.
The church is resistant, even insinuating under different circumstances with the most average people that the Seldarine even has power within the boundaries of Bravardus is grounds for heretical excommunication for most people from the church, from worshipping.
Yes. It's what prevented me from calling down the power of the Seldarine to prove that Parathor wanted us there.
Parathor stands at the top of the pantheon. All the gods respect him. Humans within the Empire have misrepresented and abused that point of view for hundreds of years, generations. Change will take time.
Your view is wide. There is much wisdom in your words. At some point I would like to sit with you for a length of time.
You're not the first elf that I've ever met. You're not the first warforged that I've ever met. I was educated in Emrath, spent time with sultans and Kadar.
He's never met a goblin so handsome. No doubt.
Either way,
You are well traveled and well educated.
Although your hair is a little...
my whole family was.
The Empire is better for knowing you.
It's getting better.
I'm excited to fight a dragon with you.
We'll see. I think of the greater conflicts at this point. If Takhisis is coming back, if she takes control of Shadazar, and the draconian warriors that they raised, I can only imagine what the opening steps of conflict with the Republic means for the rest of the world. I don't know when the last time that you read the myths and legends were,
This morning?
but they say that the very sky fell with fire when Takhisis opens the skies. The ground that she treads on crumbles and cracks beneath her gargantuan talons. She darkens empires with her wings. The conflict that we're looking at heading towards, I can only imagine the devastation it would wrought upon the world. Which I assume is what inspired the Inquisitors to so hastily and rudely start using threats and intimidation for the location of something so important.
Well,
If they're right about one thing, they're right about the fact that the Emperor and the kings and queens and rulers who run the world that we live within, they're going to have to make decisions that are drastically different than what we thought we were asking for and looking at. Drastically different.
I do not envy the position of leader here. The Emperor will no doubt have many sleepless nights ahead of him.
I know I will. Either way, I'm going to send a message to my men. We'll prepare the griffins for flight, and we'll head out first this thing as soon as you're ready. Find us in the roosts. The griffins should be back from hunting and feeding within a few hours.
A few hours. Think we can do that?
Then we could go back to the hotel room or in rooms and take a nap.
If that is what you so desire, I'm sure that you'll be able to.
I so desire.
We might want to go get extra supplies.
I'll handle that. Altheon can come with me. We don't need sleep.
So he turns to start walking away, and then he stops and turns back and comes over to you. Again, I humbly request that you understand that the Church and the Inquisition, they might have his authority, but they don't represent the Emperor's opinions on everything. I have met him. He's an honorable and worthy ruler over the Empire. He
Well,
will listen to you.
If you are one of his loyal subjects, I believe that to be true.
Leadership drives culture. Read it in a book somewhere.
I just hope that he can live long enough to give us the direction that we need and use his wisdom and guidance.
Is not Odin gonna die?
From what I understand, I haven't been to the capital in a year or so at this point. He has been sick and he's frail. And he doesn't go to court as often as he used to, and most people don't see him outside of the Imperial Palace.
But obviously, with that being the emperor and stuff, that is anything he wants at his behest. Have clerics and healers not been able to aid him? Make him, less sick and tired and more
When it's
young, revitalized, rejuvenated?
He's seen the best healers, clerics, worshippers that he can.
I'm sure
But nobody can live forever, Trin.
sure Ulthion can test. When it's their time, the gods won't take away an ending.
Gods
Either
fight
way.
their own battles and maneuver, and when someone has served us faithfully, as, say, the Emperor has, Parathor may choose to call his soul into Elysium. There's always a grander picture than the one we see here.
I just don't wish to see the Emperor underneath the rule of the Helmstags. Don't trust them, never have.
Wizards have ways of getting.
Well,
If you
I shall pray that he lasts a bit longer.
Aside from dragons, I've heard from other individuals in Teutoburg and representatives from the borderland duchies that swelling numbers of Trollocs invading their lands is becoming an issue as well.
Trollocs, we've dealt with a few of their kind, but I'm sure that's commonplace in the Cronewood.
Not as common as it used to be. Not since the last Trolloc invasion from Anoth.
We're not exactly sure how Anoth is figuring in. Maybe they're just spooked by it all. Raising forces.
Anoth are opportunists, they're scholars and academics, and they hide in their towers looking for ways to unearth the deep secrets of what their founder found, understand him.
Could be they're just scouring while there's chaos.
North of Anoth, the dwarves there, the ones corrupted. I do hope they don't take part in this. There's a legend amongst my people of an ally of theirs that I would soon never see.
Sounds like a good story for later.
Either way, one important detail. Riven, as you know, he's not going to fight fair, but more importantly, he tends to put the populace at danger to distract those he would combat.
Well, we hope to keep the fighting far from the city itself. Hence capturing Terathan.
Yes.
And either
That
way,
we can do.
the people who live within Midheim, within the boundaries of the Empire, would sooner rather sacrifice their own lives than see it become subjugated or ruled over by others, especially outsiders. Too much pride for that. Too much strength of character.
Seen firsthand what his poisons can do, though, and I wish that on not even my enemies.
Something different when your flesh begins eating away. It's uncomfortable.
Uncomfortable for you. For most others, it is purely agonizing.
Oh, that I understand. Even I was close to scream.
Well, we thank you for your help, and do not, it does not go unnoticed. If there's anything you ever need, I would like to be able to help.
Just come back and help me slay the dragon.
That I can guarantee will do.
Yes. Don't even think death would keep him from helping you there. So if
You
you see an
seem
undead
unsteady.
Goliath just traipsing up the road, trust he's on your side at least until the dragon is dead.
Just saying that you seemed uneasy on the back of the griffin.
It was...
Dragons don't fight on the ground.
I'm still trying to overcome that part. That's why I said if you keep on the ground, I'm sure-footed. On the griffin, maybe I just jump off of it onto him. Maybe I don't know. We'll figure it out.
I'd happily join you in the air. That could be... never mind. The point is, we'll do what we can.
Maybe I'll get used to being on the griffin on the flight to the tower.
Maybe you won't try drugs before this time.
I was really tired of listening to Trin and Burp argue.
Brooke never argues. You have no idea. He never argues. We're done here, Sir Helmand.
Yes.
Apologies.
All right. I'll see you at the roost. Find us when you're ready. He just leaves and heads out of the church.
Hey,
On
Bob.
the way out, I'll grab my glaive.
Yes. Trim?
I know that Altheon was saying teleporting's that's this horrible idea, but can you just teleport me?
No.
Like, I'll meet you there, kind of thing. Like, on the ground.
I've been practicing using the teleportation circle spell and building off of it, but no, I don't think I can do that yet.
What if I, like, inspire you a little bit? What if I cheer you on? I've been told I'm a bit of a mute.
Trin, I will make the attempt if you're willing to risk being torn apart.
Ride a griffin, get torn apart. Ride a griffin.
Just ride the griffin.
Torn apart. It's kind of looking good.
Well, it's a strange kind of torn apart, too, because you might just survive. Pieces of you scattered across the ethereal planes. Agony for eternity. Undeath.
You know, well, I guess that makes it a little tough to decide.
If I could make it more clear, it's a 90% chance that you are torn apart and spread across the ethereal plane.
Oh, well, that's not very good now, is it?
It is pretty bad.
Tim, I'm gonna take a nap.
You think on
And
it?
can you maybe get me a little concoction to help me through the flight?
Of course, we have a line of credit with this city. We can get everything we want.
Tren.
What?
I do have a spell I could cast upon you. Your fears would be temporarily removed entirely. And if you were to fall, you would land perfectly on your feet.
My fears would
Your
be...
fear of falling, yes.
I'm listening. Yes.
I walk over and I
Do the thing.
put my finger on your forehead. Seldering will always guide you safely to the ground. Whilst in my presence, you will never fall to your death. So saith the Lawmaster of Alatrari. There, you are blessed.
Do I feel blessed?
You're almost glowing.
I don't feel that different.
It seems as if the Seldarine, their magics have worked on you before. You may as well be an elf in their eyes. Short, green elf. Katarina. It doesn't sit well with me the way they treated you, and I know it hurt you. I need you to understand that though we've had our differences, and that, yes, the magic you are accessing may be dark, I would just as soon die as let them harm you in any way. And I think I speak for the entire party.
Oh yes, I will disavow.
The Inquisition is built on paranoia and a surprising amount of ignorance.
Well,
Point being, we trust you.
Yeah, we would have killed
Even if
them
they
horribly.
I'm very glad. You're right, that was certainly not pleasant, but hopefully with some times for emotions to calm, they will see us as the allies that we're trying to be.
I believe they will. I may be at odds with some of your magics and fearful of what could possibly happen to you, but I know that if left to your decisions, you'll be all right.
Well, thank you. I appreciate the trust in me.
Of course, I'm very wise. I've lived hundreds of your lifetimes, and I know when I can trust someone.
Well, then I appreciate it even more.
You should have seen it sooner.
In truth, their obsession with knowing the exact location where they're hidden didn't sit well with me.
I didn't like it either.
Right, we
It
can
didn't
all
feel like
agree
it was
that...
only about not trusting us, because
Well, it's as if, as Hellman said, it's partial trust, but the larger part is if we just told them that the most dangerous enemy known to mankind is at their doorstep, and we have the weapons.
at best they want to
them.
steal those weapons and use them for themselves, and at worst they want to sell those weapons for their own safety.
Well,
Or
it's
at least,
likely
well-
something in the middle.
yeah, or at least verify the weapons are a thing, and thus that if the weapons are there to fight the enemy, maybe the enemy does actually exist, because the weapon's there for a reason.
Well, if we're gonna tell anybody, maybe we should tell the Emperor when we meet him.
Oh,
Well, by that point, we'll have a much larger picture in our minds. I think it is more likely that they feel they are the best suited to use these weapons. They may or may not be correct. It simply depends on who ends up utilizing them properly.
Well, you know, people feel real confident when they think God's on their side, or one of the many gods.
I feel it should be us if they do get used.
Speaking of gods, how do you communicate with yours?
You've seen him pray.
Yes, I pray.
No, I meant how do you have a conversation with him? How does that go?
Only I had decades to teach you.
Well, I might
But if
need-
you're asking in earnest, I can show you some things.
Something happened on my journey here that I really want to talk to. But we'll discuss it later. We need to handle things first.
Sure. We have a few hours before before we need to meet with the Griffin Knights. Maybe we can figure it out then, or otherwise, I'm sure we'll find some passing time while slaying fell bats.
Well,
Combat is always a great time to have a conversation. But
Yes, that's when I usually speak to my deity.
it's also still fairly early.
wait, really?
Godric, I know it doesn't seem it, but I am the devoted to a god of war, justice, and revenge. We're more alike than you know. That's why I hate you so much.
Wait, me?
Oh, yes. Because you're loud, you're very annoying. I mean, I would die for you, but I would prefer to die for the others before you.
Generally, it's because I'm not going to die. But
They're such good friends.
either way, what I was saying is that I may or may not have talked to Ragnar, and I wanted to talk to you about it.
Well, let's start with the fact that may or may not have needs to be removed from your vocabulary. You would know.
I did.
Well, good. Good. He would be a much better father figure for you than Crom.
Crom's not the father.
Exactly.
Neither is Ragnar.
No, Ragnar is, in fact, although wild and unpredictable deity, Ragnar is, in fact, powerful and wise and, well, I mean, he rides upon the storm.
Theonic, if you're trying to get anywhere with Godric, I would advise you not to bring up father figures. It came up on our trip. It's kind of a sensitive topic.
It seems to be a sensitive topic for a couple of you.
I love my dad.
I look over at Kendra. Yes, dad issues.
Nice. I love having things to bond over.
There was that House of Ill Repute we passed in Oswell. I believe it was the Goblin Wood for daddy issues? What's the name of the place? And anyway, I would not have gone in there.
Why did no one tell me this?
Are you into goblin women?
I wouldn't necessarily trust an elven translation of goblinoid.
That's a very good point, actually. But yes.
I speak archaic goblin quite well.
Well, I speak elven quite well. Ooh, aren't you special?
You speak
I'm
Elven?
just being combative. I've had a long trip.
And you're about to fly again, but God blessed you. You cannot possibly die on the wings of a griffin. It
So-
would be impossible.
Well, since you two are going shopping, what do we need for the journey?
Oh,
is
well-
there anything we could think of that we could pick up to help us?
anything that'll help us not die from undead things. So, like, stuff that takes away diseases, or, like, to wash with.
Locke and I have directly encountered some of this witch's agents. I think we have a fairly good idea of how to protect ourselves moving forward.
Speak for yourself, I nearly died.
But you didn't.
I didn't.
Some hand
Why do you always
sanitizer.
why do you always almost die when I'm not there?
Oh,
not there.
right. We haven't told you about that.
Yes, apparently he almost died again.
And it was only him.
Did you?
We all
You
were
know you need to
injured.
sit by his side. He's a walking glow stick. He's like always there to be attacked.
Godric, you would have been particularly enraged at this fight. You wouldn't have been able to touch a single thing. You would have flailed around aimlessly, as if wafting your hand through smoke.
I would have choked it. It's fine.
Choked the smoke. We fought specters and banshees.
Unless
within
you all can
corporeal
think of
bodies.
something specific that you want us to find, we'll be picking up potions and perusing magic.
A scroll of plane shift may prove useful soon.
Plane shift.
That is smart.
Oh, as in a spell that would allow us to transport from one plane to another. Did you have one before and it failed miserably?
It's a sore subject.
I have never used one.
Well, I think that could possibly be because traveling between the planes is best left to the agents of deities, not mortals.
Well, maybe everything. It was a chaotic time. We were in hell. Everything was unstable from a portal, anyways.
Yes, but I think you were fated to be there. Wouldn't have mattered how hard you tried or if you were successful. That is where you were needed.
I feel like the next thing you're gonna tell me is I'm fated to shit tomorrow.
Likely are.
Ah!
But anyways, if you come across one, it may prove useful if we do go to the Shadowfell in returning.
I guess if you want to call that fate.
Right. I'll do what I can to look around. I don't think I've ever heard specifically of a scroll of plane shift, but there are methods that I may be able to conjure up. If not, the church could probably help.
Wonderful.
Alright.
Alright.
Oh, one last bit of information I didn't give the church. That dragon keep we're looking for, the one where we can forge the weapons to defeat them.
Mm-hmm.
Takitus's agents are looking for it too.
Shit.
And it requires a key that they do not have, and neither do we.
Is the
Do you
key,
think that one of the Dragon Knights would know where it is?
or is the key what's her face? I'm saying that's specifically not the same.
What's her face?
The person who
Oh.
shall not be named.
Ah,
If
That.
if that person is
Could it be some of
a key.
Yes, the woman we found in Lyon. Yes,
Right.
the old woman with the white hair, practically a crone.
Wait. I run up to Locke, and I just grab the bag of holding.
Huh?
And you see just,
Now hold on.
it's a key.
Refresh me. What am I looking at?
Refresh the group.
This is the key we got from the tomb.
From Marlena's tomb. I assumed it would be a key to another dragon tomb.
Or
Why would that make any sense?
I don't know if
Put
this
that
is
away.
maybe we'll need
And give me back my bag.
maybe we'll need a key from each of them, or
That would make sense. That's why they would have hidden the dragon's tombs.
that.
Right.
Then maybe there's more experiences in each tomb. Help us in our
Yes,
adventure.
and while we're at it,
Also, while you guys are looking around, can you find? I want to find someone who can make things out of the dragon, because I want to have a cloak of Riven, so that way I can always wear him on my back.
so he's riding you.
Sounds wrong. No. I want the great Riven to be used as a cloak to warm me after I kill him.
To warm you.
Yes.
Aren't you already naturally very warm? I've never seen you put on so much as a cloak in inclement weather.
You're taking this from me.
For the right price, I'm sure we could find someone that could
We will
turn
make a
dragon
trophy
scales
of
Sounds
into a
like
dragon.
something we
cloak.
would do with the
No,
key.
That or I'm mounting his
And-
head on a keep. One or the other.
If we get land and titles from Lady Ravencroft, we could hang his head as a trophy
I found something better.
in our house.
I want to turn Riven's head into the outhouse.
No,
Yes.
no.
It will be my throne
Okay, a throne.
for my fated shits in the morning.
Ooh, you tilt the head on its back and make it on its mouth.
Exactly.
Shit there forever. And
Happiness.
maybe the natural acidity of its
You know,
saliva will
I
just
don't
erode
like
this
I don't
away.
like the green dragon, but nothing deserves that. It's
No,
and
it's
it's
perfect.
so disgusting. I don't understand the process.
The acid
You
will
all
erode
could
the
just be
poop.
getting power from the
No, no.
weave and not having to eat all this disgusting.
You'll never have to empty the house ever.
No, I was gonna put the skull around an outhouse.
Oh, that's less cool.
The skull was like the size of an elephant. Riven's large, but he wasn't that large.
I'll have to crawl in there.
Well, I
It'll
was
still be
thinking it'd be a
satisfying.
really big outhouse.
Oh, I'm
It
sorry.
opens. Opens.
Thank you for that lesson on dragon biology. Truly, you are an expert.
No,
Somebody
but half the time
understands.
something's in there and it's a nom 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 nom. Nom 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 nom.
You know what? I've decided to go home. You're all in this alone.
About time you left.
See, that was a funny joke.
Well, that wasn't a joke. I was serious.
Oh,
Altheon, that was a funny joke.
you're serious right now. I'm both
Yes.
excited and terrified. I'm trying to figure out which.
Are you terrified that the Seldarine will leave with me?
No.
My first instinct is to say I don't need to.
That's why I want to leave. Right there.
I said instinct. Doesn't mean I'm
Well,
right.
you know, I think that'd be a bad idea because, you know, the Seldarine intervened to make sure that we're being successful before. I'm not dead, so, like, if you're walking away from this, ooh, that's not a good idea.
Well, and maybe some of you could start giving the Seldarine credit where it's due.
I said first.
They've healed you?
You saved my life, no doubt.
Yes.
You saved my life, Godric.
We would certainly not be where we are without them.
And, you know, I saved yours, so maybe I'll do it again now that I'm saved.
Simply asking for a little credit where it's due every now and then. Maybe a monthly prayer. Just a little one. A thank you. Perhaps when I visit a shrine, you give me baubles to present to the shrine as well. Something. Well, you know what? How about this? Just don't roll your eyes when I speak about them all the time. I can literally hear your eyes scraping your skull, Godric.
That happens when most people talk about their gods.
He probably has sand in them.
And yet
That's
you
what
want me
happens
to
to
talk
me.
to you about Ragnar and Krom.
I'm trying to be better.
Yes, well, that must be fated as well, because
I'm
I too am
alone.
trying to be better.
I have a long-standing. I don't like anyone else.
Long-standing dislike of everyone else.
Kind of like how they're obsessed with Parathor. Man, it crawl. I'm
couldn't live like
learning
that.
to be better.
Couldn't live like that, disliking everyone I saw.
You're used to going to
Do you not do that?
Do what? Dislike everyone I see?
Hmm.
No, I like most elves.
I see that. I do think you're being funny, though. I think that's an act.
No, absolutely not. Like I said, my jokes take a long time to tickle their way in there.
To land?
As I glance at Godric's boot.
Let this go. I want to get changed. These clothes are. I've been in them a long time.
Yeah, they're clean now.
I'm really happy that you now have a second set of clothing.
Didn't need much else.
If we keep it up, maybe he'll become a diva and
Do
he'll
you
have
notice how
a
every
big old case that he
he
drives
cleans
around
them
with
every
him.
morning?
The same pair, yeah. You don't get tired of them.
Generally, I never think about
Well,
it.
also, he doesn't have a lot of fluid that leaks out of him.
No, he just kind of pressed the digitation.
Presto.
Godric, if you're leaking, you should seek my help immediately.
Well, I mean,
have
like-
spells for that.
Well, you're all leaking all the time. Let's get that out of the way.
I beg your pardon.
Even you, Elf.
Elves do not leak.
It might be
No, but you probably have fated chits.
It might be a tear or a drop of
What?
sweat every century, however you want to justify it. But you're
I'm not,
leaking as
I'm
we
not going
speak.
to discuss the waste cycles of an elf with you.
So they come
They're
out.
long
that
like
means there's
everything
things
else.
that come out of you.
I'm disgusted. I walk away.
I'm so happy that we're all such
Nose in
great
the air.
friends now.
I feel like we actually got him to almost laugh like twice.
He's definitely opening up. I think we're rubbing off on him.
No, you're not.
What would he do without us? I think we're his favorite people, and that's what he really hates, is change!
I just hate you the least.
That we've
I
won
bet-
him over so quickly.
I bet you he'll eventually call us friends.
Given
Oh,
it.
he has. You were not there. He called us his friends. It was amazing.
Just turn and glare.
I say it louder. Altheon, we're your friends.
Altheon said the F word!
Hey everyone, look at that elf! He's a nice guy!
My anti-scrying hood. I put it up over my head.
Walks faster.
And I do walk much faster.
Look at him walking away from his feelings!
Well, now that our daily torment of Altheon is gone, we should probably head back too.
Oh, Patrick! Take me to bed as I like flounder.
I just pick him up and just fine, put him on my shoulder.
Altheon, which way did you go? Back to Tavern.
Oh yeah, I was supposed to go shopping with you.
No, don't worry.
I'm too embarrassed now.
Don't worry about it. It's fine.
He put his cloak up to hide that he's beat red.
We're friends now, yay!
I'm gonna love you and hug you forever and ever.
We only have a short time in the city, so make use of the baths and get comfortable and spend the night in a real bed, and then we're off in the morning, I think. I'm going
I
to...
thought we were going to be off in a couple hours.
I think we're off in the afternoon.
Yeah, they said they were ready in a couple hours.
Yeah, I'm taking a power nap.
And then hopefully we'll be able to come back and then sleep in real beds.
Well then, I'm going to get some commissions started where I can. So... Bye. And I start walking away. I don't know where I'm going, so I just grab someone, kind of, not really like violently, but I like tap someone.
Where am I?
Where are the magic rites and all that?
What?
Someone to artificers and mage rites.
Well, there's different things. So, which one do you want? Do you want an artificer or do you want mage rites?
Mage rite.
Mage rite? So you're looking for magical weapons and stuff?
Yeah, we'll start there. Who would write scrolls more? Mage rite or the artificer?
Wouldn't be the artificer, that's for sure. It wouldn't be technically wouldn't be the mage rite either.
Upgrades. Upgrades. People upgrades.
You fucking right.
I got credit. I'm gonna fly now.
Technically, mage rite is just a level of status below being a full-fledged wizard, or whatever, or someone who specializes in making magical weapons and enchantments for weapons and stuff like that. So
Sure.
it really just depends. You'd be looking really for just a wizard's, any kind of wizard store.
All right. If there's one in this area, it's in this city. So, I mean, we'll do shopping after because it's just gonna be boring. But unless you want to roleplay something out, but I don't see anything interesting coming from it.
You walk into a shop and Tirathan is there.
I
know,
killed
right?
him.
Good day, sir.
Good day. Follow him.
You know what'd be really
Well, that
good?
is interesting.
You know what'd be really awesome about that? I have zero way to communicate with any of you. I could have just tapped Trin and had a telepathic link before I left, but I didn't.
And now that's canon.
You just go, how are you going to try to be his friend enough to know where he's going to be in the next 5
And
minutes?
it's like, think about joining a dragon cult.
You know, you get dragon coats around here. Like, if I'm new to the city and we're
Our
gonna
dragon's
meet people.
The bee's knees.
No, see, I see this.
Like,
he walks in,
It's
turns
too
around.
bad. It's too bad Locke is a wizard instead of like a fighting class. How bad would a headlock from a metal dude suck?
Headlock.
How much would that suck, right?
It would suck.
It would suck
There's
pretty
no
bad.
give at all. Yeah.
I was just thinking, because like the way I felt like Locke walked in there, he'd shut the door and turn, and it's just, you! And Locke's like, you! And it's just the Spider-Man move.
Except for my finger has lightning coming out of it.
Just with your finger lighting. I'm trying for resist.
The city has several magic shops and curio shops where you could probably find what you're looking for. So realistically, it's just a matter of figuring out what it is you want, and then shopping for it.
What do you want?
Okay.
Exactly. But
well, I have a list.
Yeah, we got. If you have a list, then we can go through the list, and figure out what you find and what you don't find. But
Robe of the Archmagi. No? All right.
Starting at the top.
No, this is like a wish list. I'm not gonna. I'll pull a few things from this, but you guys should send some suggestions to me too.
In finding and tracking down some of the different stores to go through,
Sure.
You do hear a couple of interesting things. One of them being, well, you hear one interesting thing. One of them being that there's a place called Arya's Armory, and it's run by a blood elf.
Ooh.
So, and supposedly they make absolutely excellent magical weapons, and items that could be useful. You hear that supposedly she even has an exceptionally rare
Well,
armor
I
of
head
resistance.
that way. Yeah, I went alone.
Mhm.
You could walk with me.
Well, you get
So-
a message from Ulthion eventually that says, "I've escaped those idiots. Tell me when to meet you."
Clever.
An armorer named Arya, a blood
How
elf.
dare you have
Sorry.
Well, I'm actually gonna go bathe.
Let's see. With that,
Finally.
we're just going to end the episode for tonight here. We can handle most of the shopping over the week,
Yeah.
over the next week offline or whatever.
Maybe I'll trim and go to get back to the room.
I can
and
just tell you
find
guys what we
something
want,
stinger.
what we're looking for. I can just tell you guys what you find.
Yeah.
Uh,
For the boring stuff.
You
Yeah.
find Scrape murdering someone.
yeah.
Murder.
Murder. Meh.
By the way,
Anyways,
Kinkus are terrible.
Well,
I need you to do the line.
they are scary. They should be. They should scare people.
Do the line, sir.
Do what line?
The line.
Of
that you-
coat.
hat.
Say the line when you close an arc for an episode. I need it for the editing purposes, sir.
I don't use it.
Do the line.
What are you talking
Oh,
about?
the till next Friday line. We're not even there yet.
Yeah, we're not even done yet.
He said we're skipping the shopping and we're moving on to other stuff.
Oh.
Yes.
Yeah.
I misread it as the end. Oh, I
Yes.
was about to be like, no. I misread the room. I'm sorry.
Dude. Yeah, no shit, right? You should fucking take a level away from your character just for doing that to me, dude.
I would,
Folks,
I would respectfully like to
Send me
offer
wish
an
list.
offering of pizza as
Gather it
donation to my
Ooh,
overlord.
have it right now.
I will offer pizza and Mike's level.
That's a hard offer to beat. I'm just saying.
I would like to offer you an entire goblin.
Goblin what exactly?
Pizza,
goblin bard.
Mike's level, and $1.
You got me on the dollar. I'll give you $2 bill.
Back
Oh,
in
I got
town.
Mhm.
Okay.
So, after a few hours of actually just shopping and gathering what supplies you can, finding some of the items that you're looking for, but not everything, making a few interesting stops along the way, and just basically kind of becoming a little familiar with the town and the city itself. Back in the inn, you find it at this time of day pretty busy. There are a couple of entertainers there doing a play, and in the common room telling a story. You see most of the same characters still there. The older tiefling is still there. The tabaxi, there we go. That's the word I was looking for.
Cat person.
The cat person. The tabaxi seems to have finally got whatever she was there for. And you see kind of the remnants. You see the remnants of like you see like sugar on the table and a couple of empty small bowls, and just based on looking at it, some sort of candied fruit or something. She was devouring it. She's just there enjoying the entertainment. You don't see the halfling in there anymore, or any of the other mercenaries who had come in, or but you do see. It looks like some sort of dwarven. I think based on the cloak, this kind of heavy traveling clothes and boots, and the rather heavy longbow or short bow by your standards. Definitely seems like he's sort of the ranger type is in the room. And you also see the Kenku and the Eerie in the room as well. They're to themselves. They have this kind of small table in the corner, and Eerie is like throwing food at him, and he's just like eating it out of the air as she's throwing it at him. Yep, exactly. Just eating. Everyone seems to be having a good time, despite everything that's happening, not knowing what's coming or what's headed their direction. The city could care less, it seems, at this point. And
somebody should tell that Penku I don't actually need help, so that after they say their whole thing about finding the pink-haired gnome, the Penku can say, I don't actually need your help.
You hear Godric running towards you in his whole new clean outfit, with his blue robe sash around him as he runs up.
Otian!
And he hands you a feather.
I think this got stuck in my boot from a griffin. I found it in my boot.
Not a griffin feather.
Oh,
Thank you, though.
you fool! It was in your boot all along. Ha!
I placed it there, and I placed it there before the Temple of Calvandria, weeks ago. You got such little attention to detail.
He got you!
He
I'm
got you
just-
good, Godric.
I've just never taken my boot off.
Whoa. Feather falls to the
At this
ground.
moment, you realize it was actually kind of sticky, and you can smell it.
Ah! These are new clothes!
Smell that.
Ooh, let me smell. Oh, I might as well. Ooh. It's that good kind of bad.
Well, you can have the feather. Do you not wear socks? You know how some people who wear armor, they wear the layer between the armor and their flesh? Well, some people do that. I do that. You can see that plain as day. Anyway, a sock is like that for your boot. It makes your feet smell less bad. It makes everything less uncomfortable. You know those blisters aren't normal, right? Imagine what it would be like if you had comfortable feet. You don't, never mind.
Then my feet would be weak
This
if
isn't
I
my
ever
job.
did
I'm
need a
not
boot.
here to teach you how to be a civilized human being. Or whatever you are. Civilized Goliath being. The point is, you've been had. You fool!
So one of the servers comes up and like, so we're finding a table then?
Yeah!
Seats, refreshments,
Yes.
Yes, please.
drinks are cheap right now.
Excellent. We'll have
A bunch!
one of a good drink and one of a crap drink.
I want the nicest ale you have.
We have designated flyers, so it's totally safe. We can get wasted!
I want the nicest ale you have in a full pitcher.
You give him a nice
Sure,
outfit?
can do.
There's
I'll
no
just go and take a seat over
respectable
here.
Perfect. What's on the menu right now?
I believe at the moment we have a, I think boiled mutton and artichoke.
Sounds
for
amazing.
lunch.
We'll take the artichoke and only that, unless you have a salad. Best fly light.
Also,
Godric,
wheat
I've ordered food
biscuits.
for you.
I hear that they're good.
No, no bread.
Biscuits!
Bread in flight is a terrible idea. I read it once.
I don't have to be afraid of flight. Biscuits!
All right, biscuits for the goblin then. Anything else? Any other special requests?
Salad, and artichoke for the rest of us. Artichoke is
How
just
about
another
pudding
thing with salad.
for dessert?
No pudding. No.
No pudding!
No pudding?
Pudding.
No
It's a
pudding!
house specialty.
No pudding!
Pudding.
Pudding! Pudding! Put the pudding in my
No
mouth!
pudding for the goblin then. All right, well let me go put in the orders.
I mean, if
I'm
it's a
sorry,
house
miss.
special, then I must give it a try.
Yeah, we don't want to be rude.
What was the tabaxi eating?
Oh, Quicksick.
Quicksick?
Quicksick,
That's
yes.
the tabaxi's name?
And
Or
she
the
kind of
food?
points over there at the calico-colored cat. You mean right there, right? The one.
Yes,
Over
yes,
there.
yes. The only one with the tail and the ears.
Oh, she comes in about once a month. We get in candied dates from Kadar for her.
Indeed, dates.
Huh.
Well, you've missed out on something delicious.
Yeah.
I'm
She
talking
orders
about the
them special.
artichoke.
She's done it for well over a year now since she's been coming here. They're tough to get, they're expensive, but she pays every time. So we keep ordering them. Either way.
Let's eat this. And, that Kenku over there. Yeah, send them over some of the food as well. Friends of ours.
Alright, can do. Anybody else?
Very good there. You have, food that travels well. We'll be leaving soon.
Cheese, bread, whatever
Yes,
we're looking for, just general traveling
It's just a
food.
day's
Yeah,
rations worth
course.
for the 4 of us that eat.
I'm sure we could arrange that.
Excellent.
On top of everything else.
And let's reserve rooms here, even though we probably won't spend the night.
We can do that.
Well, let's just make sure.
Well, if you have any sort of anything that you don't want to travel with you or
Right.
keep with you, we can store here in your rooms.
Yes.
You know,
well.
think tents, outdoors, anything that you won't actually need to go with you, we can keep it here.
We have our rooms already.
Right, but we may need to secure them for longer than. We don't know how long we'll be gone.
All right.
And to that note, even though we could leave our tents and everything here, I don't think we're getting back the same way we're going.
It's possible.
Maybe we bring. Yeah, we'll figure it out. We can sleep under the stars. In the crone wood. I actually think I prefer that. As
Alright,
opposed
well,
to
I'm gonna get the
creatures.
food and drinks.
Oh,
I'll
yes,
be back.
Thank you.
You're dismissed. They just stood there and listened to us the whole time they could have been getting food.
How long do you think
It's
we'll be in
inefficient.
there?
Well, hopefully not long. We're a little bit on a timeline.
No,
but
I meant in the tower.
Depends on how large the tower is.
Because maybe we can ask the knights to fly around for an hour and come back. An hour should be enough time to.
Flying around for an hour above the Tower of Felbats
Not
and
no,
the
no,
Crone
to
Wood.
come back.
Flying for an hour alone would take a long time.
It'll probably take an hour.
Maybe there's somewhere we can message
Sounds
them.
about accurate.
If anything, we could say come back for us in the morning.
And if we're not there at daybreak, we're dead.
Well, I can always send a spell too. You can do the same.
Yeah, I can, but it's not as dramatic.
No, your spell is far more dramatic than mine. Mine is just a message inside their head. Yours writes a letter and flits about the sky as if nobody else will see it.
Well, I was meaning more the story of the premise that if we don't show up, that we didn't make it.
Right, so if we're not back by morning, count us dead.
Yeah, that's so dramatic.
You're right, that is.
So, actually, you sent a message for me. Did you ever get that back? A message back?
Yes, they said they don't like you. And to stop bothering me.
That does not sound right.
No, I have not gotten a message back, actually. The length of time varies by distance as well as things like, simple things like other magic wards in the way, nature like that. Or it's very possible that there's no message to get back because they're all dead.
You don't get like an error, like return to sender, like oh geez, undeliverable.
The mailer demon.
Yeah, the mailer demon.
I
This
don't
is
truck
low,
with demons,
nasty.
so no.
Well, I would prefer him not to be dead.
I will take your preference into thought.
Just anything.
I prefer him not to be dead. We can do something about that, huh?
Well, if I hear something back, of course I'll tell you. Yes.
Appreciate
So you
it.
guys are having a conversation and the door opens and a few of the guards come in. Well, probably guards, but they definitely look like soldiers. Based on the colors and the heraldry, they seem to be from, more than likely from Reichland.
Ooh.
And they kind of come in and throw their stuff down and go find a table in the corner, and the server comes up and talks to them. But they're being kind of loud,
Anyways, and one of them's kind of just talking. They're not necessarily laughing, but just very loudly, just like, I don't know what the right way to put it would be. Not necessarily boasting, but they're just kind of, yeah. So they're just basically loudly discussing amongst themselves. And they probably just assume that no one like either cares or it's not information that anyone needs to worry about. But you overhear one of them mention to the other one that they felt sorry for all the fools of recent adventurers and mercenaries of the like who have attempted to go into Old Vanheim, because they continue to find the corpses of these dead adventurers washing up either in the rivers and on the shores, or hanging from old street lamps and lanterns, and they attribute it to the children of Bahamut who are in the area. And one of them's just like, poor fools going in there looking for riches and not knowing these zealots have moved in. You know, they just continue to have that conversation back and forth for a moment.
I can't wait to go there and show them a real zealot.
Honestly, you're not that great of a zealot.
No, it's been very difficult.
You're great at some things, but fervently following your deity is not quite one of them anymore. You're more like a zealot as opposed to a zealot. If you understood the Elven punctuation, that would make loads of sense.
Look at that good old hairy eyeball.
But I'll tell you what, I bet none of the adventurers that have washed up on the shore are impossibly strong Goliaths with the favor of an elven blade.
Well, except for like the one or two they were just talking about.
Oh, but they probably weren't Goliaths.
Maybe.
Well, the question is if so many adventurers are getting attacked, I wonder what's doing it. Like, besides
that's easy. I get up and walk over to the soldiers.
It's true.
So as you walk over, you coming to join us for a drink or buy us one even?
I'm definitely buying one, and I'll reach into my pouch and
That
I'll
looks
set
like it's a lucky day, guys.
I'll set a gold coin on the table and motion for one of the tavern keeps and point at it.
So they're all very, very rough-looking individuals. None of them are clean-cut. Based just looking at them, you can tell that they've been doing patrols or being stationed here for a while. They're worn, they're torn, their boots are muddy. They've definitely been like along the rivers or somewhere else where it's definitely wet. Even the female guard is just like feels completely unkempt, and just hair is just matted and filled with knots.
Been working long hours or traveling hard?
Oh, traveling hard and working long hours. How about yourselves?
In ways, we're adventurers. We actually overheard you speaking of the dead ones that have been washing up.
Yeah.
You mentioned the children of Bahamut, but do you know what exactly is killing them?
I mean, who knows? Any manner of things. The city's mostly abandoned. No one goes there. Patrols don't go into the city. It's overrun with dead. I mean, they're everywhere. They're in their old basements, collapsed rooms. The undead everywhere.
And who's rooting them out? Just the adventurers?
I mean, normally all the adventurers are driven by this idea, right? So, I assume that since you're new to the area, we'll all kind of explain to you a kind of a local legend. So when Old Vanheim, the original capital, was overrun and wrought with skin rot plague that was turning people into the undead by the thousands. The city was eventually abandoned and they moved across, and it was left to be. Most of the undead, they say, moved on, went somewhere else, walking to the Crone Woods, whatever. It's not relevant to the main part of the story.
Right.
The original palace was said to have been washed by magic and sunk beneath the city. Most believe this to be true because anybody who looks at the city can't see the old palace where it supposedly resided.
Right.
Down below the waterline, sunk into the ground. The treasury was never emptied, never recovered, and Vanheim was built off the backs of the new people who moved into the city and rebuilt it.
That's our too.
Every adventurer, treasure seeker, thrill seeker of any kind who's come into Vanheim looking to make money has heard this legend and goes looking for it.
And then they
Most
all
come
die.
back most come back empty-handed. As of lately, though, people have been turning up dead.
All these bodies you find, are they stripped of the valuables and their gear?
Normally. Which is why we assume that the children of Bahamut, who are, for some reason, staying in this extremely dangerous place, kind of use the rumors surrounding it and the legend to keep people from going and looking and getting too close to whatever they're doing there.
Ah.
The fact that the
Interesting.
people are being hung from the old rafters and city street lamps says that, I mean, what would that be?
So, as a-
Thieves be weary.
Right, like a warning.
Yes.
Hmm.
I mean, he turns to one of the other. He's like, "What was that one gibbering fool idiot that escaped and said there was some beast, some metallic beast down there? Something. What was his name?" And the girl just turns. "Oh, I don't remember. Was his name? Was it Bernhardt? I believe was his name. Either way, what a fool."
An orc.
I believe so. Yes. I mean, he was jabbering on or whatever. I think they have him at the at one of the infirmaries in one of the churches,
Well, as a
trying to mend his mind.
friend of an old companion of ours.
Small worlds, I guess. Then, huh?
We knew who was traveling up this way.
So, well, he was the only one that came back. 10 of them went down there, I believe. All looking for the same thing: the treasure, the wealth, the fame, whatever. All these local Midheimers are backwaters idiots if they continue to dig down in there and look for unleashing. I was told that the last time someone opened up one of those crypts or tombs down below the city, that they unleashed an entire wreathing horde of just shambling undead upon the streets.
Oh.
There
We should
are
be careful.
there are people and things buried in that city. Not everybody got to escape. Just for warning, if you're all looking like what you all look like you are, headed out there for fame and fortune, just be aware it's dangerous. Most people aren't coming back.
Have you been to Old Vanheim in any capacity?
On the outside, on patrol, around the outskirts. Most attempt not to get too close. It's an easy way to be disappeared.
Do you know of anybody who does routinely travel to Old Vanheim? As I
Maybe
say,
one of the local
I'm
rangers?
gonna look over at the dwarf. Does he look more equipped for like wilderness expeditions, or is he more of like an urban guy? Like, are we talking like grappling hooks or like wood cutting tools?
He doesn't seem to have any equipment that stands out to you immediately, aside from the bow and like the heavy cloak. He definitely has like scale mail on, or not scale mail. He has like a chain shirt over like a really thick gambeson.
Mm-hmm.
Looks really dirty. Has a set of like a key ring that looks pretty interesting and stands out to you, like this heavy duty like wrought iron keychain or key ring with these keys on it. Super thick, heavy beard, like braided all the way down. But it's hard to see because he has this really heavy traveling cloak that's obscuring most of anything he's carrying. You happen to catch a glimpse of like the key ring or whatever when he like turns to order like a drink to be brought to him. But he definitely looks like the adventurous type, that's for sure.
Well, we're done here. Please spend the rest of that coin on drinks, and may the strength of Parathor guide your spears or whatever you wield. And thank you for your time.
Well, thank you for the drinks, and be on your way, and I guess best of luck if you're going there.
Yes, we'll certainly try to be a bit more careful than the ones you have.
Oh, I was told by a set of some of the other guards, the local guards, because we're here from Cornwall and we're biding our time and being ready to be sent to wherever it is we're being sent. We don't even know at this point.
I know.
Either way, someone was told that on top of the shambling dead, which don't normally make it to the surface, or normally reserved to the tombs and crypts that reside below where all the nobility and aristocrats were buried, and the old kings and whatever of Midheim, someone said that there have been a great deal of feral vampires running the streets at night. Who knows if it's the truth? It's just what I was told. There's all sorts of rumors running through the city right now.
What stops them from getting into the current cities? The
Oh,
running
nothing.
water? Nothing.
Nothing. Nothing stops the higher vampires and vampires that come from the vampire aristocracy from getting over the walls, other than the fact that we have walls and guards like ourselves to slay them and adventurers. People disappear on the roads to Vanheim and from Vanheim streets regularly, never to be seen again.
Right.
Sometimes their desiccated corpses are found in alleyways, hidden, feasted upon by the ghouls and creatures of the night. Old Vanheim is filled with undead. That's the best way I can summarize it. Keep your wits about you. When going on knocking on and opening doors, what might be on the other side might not be anything you ever want to see face to face.
So short of these cults, there's no real, like, villagers living there, like no average people too dangerous?
No, nobody lives there. Completely abandoned. Most of the streets are flooded. It requires boats and rafts to go through. Nothing was maintained there. When the dam was busted years ago, it just flooded most of those plains. So I guess on top of that, drowning is a possible danger, so don't drown.
Yes, I don't know if all my friends can swim. Trent, can you swim?
I was always told I could do whatever I want if I put my mind to it.
Well, anyways, I appreciate the conversation. Just be careful, that's all.
Of course. Thank you. I turn and look at the guy who was talking to me. And,
Yeah.
and by the way, that Goliath over there, he thinks you're cute. Said so himself.
I guess I know how to take a compliment. Thanks.
Yeah, you shut the fuck up and you take it.
I look at Trent and I go, back on the long
He's like, excuse me, by Parathor, what?
Yeah, how you take a compliment? You just shut up and take it.
Either way,
He's being playful.
I get that.
It's a little bit of goblin humor.
Work hard, play hard.
See, that I've heard them shout that before, all the time. Work hard, play hard.
They don't even work that hard.
No, they don't.
Yes.
At least not back in back in Reichling, they don't. That's for
They
sure.
work hard at playing hard. Perhaps?
Either way, I saw you eye the dwarf.
Yes.
I'll let you know his name is Halgrid.
Halgrid?
Yeah.
Excellent.
He is,
yes.
from what I understand, an experienced dwarven ranger in these parts. Spends a lot of time mapping, going through Old Vanheim, so if you're looking for anybody who can give you a leg up on what you might need to expect, or to get you to navigate those flooded streets, he might be the way to go.
Well?
Just know, talking bores him immensely, buy him a few rounds, but don't expect any long discussions from the dwarf about questions on the surrounding areas or anything outside of his interests.
Well, if he doesn't like this will be quick. I walk over to the dwarf and I just set down 2 gold coins. Drinks are on Thunder Dangerous tonight. We're leaving town, and when we get back, we're going to need your help as a guide for Old Vanheim. So
He
we're
looks at
reserving
you.
you as well.
Oh, you're an elf!
Yes, very astute.
You're an elf!
Yes. Are you
Your
drunk?
ears are weird.
They're perfectly
And he just
normal
grabs
over
the gold
ears.
coins, picks them up, looks at both of them. This isn't Bravashan currency.
Oh, that's true. they're
Oh,
not.
wait, no, it is.
Well, the one on the left is.
This one is. Well, gold's gold, whatever.
Yes. Anyway, did you understand what I said earlier, or should I back up and try again in a different language?
You said, here's gold, I'm an elf.
Not quite.
And you said something about deserving of something. Ostentation. That's what it was? No, that doesn't make any sense.
No, you're kind of getting at it. Here's the deal. I'm buying your service. These coins are going to pay for the rest of your drinks tonight, and probably then some. We are going to leave town on business. When we come back to town, we're going to need your services in Old Vanheim.
Aye.
And we will pay you more. When you hear that Thunder Dangerous has come back to town, come to this tavern so that we may hire you.
Got it. Listen, for Thunder Lightly Dangerous, you're gonna pay. I got it.
Right.
I got it. I got it.
Good enough. You see that Goliath over there? He thinks you're
Aye.
cute.
Well, if you think I'm cute, tell him to come over and give me a kiss.
I will. Good night.
He like looks around, looks out like towards the window. It's not even evening yet.
Well, but... Alright, fair enough.
Your ears are weird.
Whatever.
Goodbye, ferryman. I'll be waiting for Thunder. Maybe dangerous. Either way.
That was useless, and I'm out. 3 gold now. Anyways, he might help us when we come back. I have no idea. He's very drunk. Godric, he's asked for you to give him a kiss.
He looks at you and he's just like...
He seems absolutely charming, if you ask me.
Not interested.
That's some mixed signals.
He just turns around and goes back to drinking.
Your teens.
What? He thinks you're attractive. Yeah, well, I told him you thought he was attractive with that look you gave him. I'm just trying to help. You gave him the same look you gave that giant killing lady.
Oh, not even close.
You know, I have fantastic eyesight. I guarantee you did.
No.
Trent's having a good time. Don't get too drunk. We're leaving soon.
That's why I'm getting drunk. I'm not around.
I'm going to go tell Baruch that we're leaving.
Yes.
Good night.
We actually.
Good night. It's not actually nighttime. I'm sorry.
It's been a couple hours. At this point, we're supposed to go to the roost. Yes.
Soon.
Say we should go sooner rather than later to stop this from progressing.
Just pick him up. See if he dances upside down.
Reach over. I put my hand on your back.
What? What?
We've got to get going.
But I was just gonna jump in there.
We can't. We have to go.
Now? We're
Yes.
only at hours.
It's been a couple hours.
Has it been a couple hours? What time is it?
It's only been a couple hours. I'm not back yet.
You gotta go?
We have to prep and get everything ready, and then we're gonna
Can
get
you
locked.
prep for me?
No, I can't.
What if I said, Pop, please?
Cause I give him the smolder.
My big old goblin puppet dog eyes.
You're an adult goblin. You've got this.
But I'm charming.
Not that child.
Okay, I'm ready to go.
So you're going up to talk to Baruch?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you go upstairs and kind of come around the corner. You actually bump into a couple of individuals coming down. There's three of them. All of them are dressed in like this adventuring clothes, traveling clothes. All of them armed for sure. And you see like on them, they all have these like patches on their shoulders, and there's 3 letters on the patches. It's just simply like in this ornate kind of
descending pattern where they kind of overlap each other a little bit. It just, you see the letters K, E, C. And the C has this very fancy kind of like flick at the end as it comes around.
Greetings.
They look at you. Greetings. You don't mind, we're heading downstairs.
Sure. Are you here for Old Vanheim?
Yeah, curios, trinkets, and such like that. We're actually here just shopping within most of the stores. We're not. No, Old Vanheim is a fool's errand, realistically.
I see.
I think our boss gave up on that years ago.
Are you adventurers, mercenaries?
I guess a little bit of both. Treasure hunters, seekers, and such. Not necessarily the three of us as fighters, I guess, but...
After anything lucrative?
Not really. Nothing in particular.
We have business south of here, in the Chromewood.
That's a far away south from here.
Those patches you wear, that signifies the unit you're with?
Oh!
Group you work for?
Yes. Yeah, it's the logo for the company we work for.
I was thinking about maybe doing the same for my friends, some type of calling card of sorts.
See, I can tell that you're not from Gwinnett, obviously. Most people, they recognize this right away.
I definitely do not.
I mean, it's definitely, I want to say that he's the second largest private trading company in all Gwinnett.
The only private trading company I know of is Giant Strides, and I'm pretty sure they're fake.
Yeah. That's funny. They're not fake, but definitely competitors of ours.
So, which is yours?
Keelam's Expeditionary Company.
I'll write that down while the Goliath downstairs makes a weird noise. Excellent. Well, good luck with you. And enjoy the festivities. Keep in mind, I guess there are prowlers at night, some feral vampires or something.
Nah, so we've been told we hire out adventurers and such to go with us as we search out some of these like lost relics. But we're gonna be confined mostly to the city for the time being.
Good.
Alright. Well, either way, have a wonderful evening.
Cool. Enjoy.
Yeah.
Keep making my way up.
Alright. So you get the room and Burrup's just sitting in there. While he's laying on the bed, he's sleeping. Misha's kind of curled up on his stomach.
I'll just from across the room.
What? Oh, Ultimo!
Hey, Burrup.
No. I was tired.
It's all right.
All this packing and unpacking and packing and unpacking everywhere we go.
Yes.
So exhausting.
How would you like to not have to pack or unpack for at least a night or two?
It's definitely familiar.
Don't play games with me, old Beyond. Did we find someone else to do the job for me?
No, we're going on a small trip, and we'll return, hopefully, within 24 hours.
By we, you mean...
Everybody but you and Misha.
Okay. Sounds great.
You okay with
Is
this?
it going to be dangerous?
Probably.
Yeah, what else is new? Ever since we left Eridor, everything's just been dangerous. Dragon here, crone there,
Yeah.
werewolves and vampires and bats and other people.
My.
It's ridiculous. But I do have a bit of light note for you. Godric discovered the feather today.
What feather?
The one I put in his boot.
You put a feather in his boot?
Yes. Well, you were there. I asked for your help, specifically. I'm not nearly as stealthy as you. Never mind.
Ultion, to be fair, whenever you ask me to help you with things, it just gets me in trouble most of the time.
But you do them anyway.
Yeah, like when you would take fruit from the kitchen or sweets you weren't supposed to.
Well,
I'm the one that would get in trouble.
Burrup, I took them for you.
That's beside the point.
You do need to understand here that it's still technically your responsibility. Like, you caused that trouble. You begged for the sweets. So I got them for you.
Yeah.
That's why you got in trouble.
He said, she said, whatever. No, I don't remember putting the feather in the boot. Are you sure you didn't just do it?
I'm positive.
Did Misha do it?
Unless I have the ability to turn into animals, which I don't, it was you. Misha did not do it. No, Misha has much more important tasks to do in this group than play jokes.
That's true. If only the party really knew what she was doing with us.
Yes, well, I don't think they'd be ready for that big of a revelation. She could save the world one day.
That's for sure.
Anyway, we're leaving. We should be back within 24 hours. The room is paid for. I believe we've opened a line for the food. Help yourself. Don't get into any trouble. Actually, there is a thing you could do for me. And I pull out the red cloak. Catherine is going to hem this for me, but it's meant to be a gift for Trin. If you could find some sort of enchanter, I had an idea. Imagine a cloak that, while wearing it, you could not fall to your death.
Ah, I see.
Yes.
I think I can find somebody.
I think Trin would really like that.
This city looks like it's filled with wizards and such. I'm seeing people casting magic on the streets all the time.
Good. But, Cora, do not leave your room at night. The people might not understand what you are, and there are things prowling the streets that you need not contend with.
I'll stay in the room. It's warm, the food is good.
And I have your word on that.
Yes, of course, you have my word. I'll stay in the room.
Thank you. Also, we're leaving some of our things here. If you could take a feather and just place it, like, in one of their packs or something. Perfect.
Oh, Theon, I've told you your jokes are too subtle anyways.
It's not subtle if it... Well, fine, the joke's for me. They think that I don't make jokes. I've got one of them on the long con right now. I have Locke convinced that I don't know what he's talking about when I say funny things.
Oh, Theon, you were never the funniest out of all the elves in your group.
This is true, but I get to practice on these sometimes dim-witted friends of mine.
Just don't think they won't understand elven humor.
Well, I'll teach them.
You know, the bard. Just have Trin teach you some good human jokes to share with them.
I just don't want to spend all my time making anecdotes about farts and poo-poo and burping.
I know goblins are a little weird, and they don't have the best sense of humor either, but still. He must know he's a bard, not just a goblin.
It's true. I thought that was mostly human humor, though. Don't they just belch loudly, slam their drink on the table, and everybody starts laughing? Somebody slaps somebody. Usually involves somebody making an untoward advance that is completely unwarranted at a female. She hits him, they all laugh at him. That's not funny.
We have seen that happen more times than I care to count.
Yes.
I don't think that's all their humor.
Elven mating rituals, now those are a thing of beauty.
I won't go over this. I don't want to hear the story of how you met your wife again. I'm going to bed. Message received. I promise not to leave the room.
At night.
At night.
Thank you. But during the day, do whatever you wish. Try to run this errand for me.
I will.
If I die, I promise to tell you I've done so.
Okay. Sounds good.
Good night, bro.
Yes.
It's not night, but you know.
I'm going back to sleep. It's been a long day.
Good
Misha
night,
keeps talking my ears off.
What's she talking about, Dylan? Give her a little head scritch.
Oh, I don't know. Home mostly. But she came with us on her own accord, he points at her. So no need to complain about being homesick. Their sacred tree will be there when you get back.
Yes, it will. Hopefully. All right.
Either way.
Anyway, I've overstayed. I think they're all waiting for me. And Trin's probably 3 sheets to the wind.
Okay. I don't know what that means. Must be a human thing, but whatever.
Yeah, I think it means that... I don't know what it means, honestly. Now as I think about it, it doesn't make any sense. Is it too late to go home?
He's already asleep.
All right. On the way out, I slam the door.
You hear him roll off the bed and fall. And then you hear snoring.
Good. At least he's not on the bed anymore.
So,
Downstairs.
a couple of moments after Ulthion goes up the stairs, you see the three gentlemen come down with their cloaks. And they kind of just walk through the crowd and they stop at the counter to talk to the innkeep. And they kind of talk to him, and one of the dudes kind of looks over and sees you all sitting there. And he's just staring your direction.
I give him the hairy eyeball.
And he kind of stares back at you, and then he nudges one of his friends. And the kind of gentleman turns, they look as well, and then he leans over and whispers something to him. And then they all three of them just start walking out. And then Godric, you notice the patch on the arms. They make their way out the door and they just leave out into the street.
Oh, we need to go.
What is it?
Remember the story when I said I freed Locke and a lot of people unfortunately did not make it when they were in my way?
Alright.
They were all part of that patch. The owner of that company wants my head. His.
Ah.
Pretty sure they recognize us.
Well, bring it on!
Certainly would have recognized me.
Yeah. We should. Very much. We should get moving.
We're gonna beat the crap out of them.
I mean,
There's 3 of them and 1 of you.
look, I'm out there hunting and commissioning items.
Trent, send a message to Locke.
What do you want to say?
Keelums is in town. Return to the tavern, and we need to go.
What?
Keelums is in town.
Keelam?
Keelums is in town.
Keelums is in town.
Yes.
It sounds weird. Keelums is in town. Keelums is in town. Okay, he's in town. Keelam is in town.
Get back to the tavern.
Get back to the tavern. All right. Is the golden letter like floats in front of me? Keelums is in town. Come back to the tavern. We miss you. It's super dangerous. Don't get lost. Love with adoration and affection, Trin Twilight. As the note folds itself up and flies off. With
Gotcha.
little fairy dust sparkles behind it.
Sounds like a plan.
There, fine. You happy?
Yes. I just don't want to have them confront us when we have such pressing things to do.
But we can totally beat him up. Well, you can totally beat him up.
Yes, but I don't know if it'll look good in town and with everything we're trying to be the better. We're trying not to piss off the Inquisition.
Oh, fuck the Inquisition.
I definitely just... Trin, now is when you shut up.
Fair enough.
We will not be screaming that out
There
loud.
goes our allies.
So I'm like, no. I'm gonna Trin, if you keep this up, I'll have Ulthion make your drunkenness go away.
No! Because then it's just a hangover. And that's the not fun stuff.
Alright. So you come back downstairs and see them all there hanging out.
Keep what up exactly? I think I
Being
caught just the tail of that
awesome!
from the top of the stairs.
Trin was screaming out, fuck the Inquisition very loud.
Well, just
Didn't you
once.
just say it?
Quiet.
Oh, but he yelled it.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, probably don't do that. Did you threaten them, though?
Well, Godric's gonna fight him.
No, but hopefully not. No.
And they're a bunch of jerks.
Did you see the 3 guys that left?
Yes, Keelan's expeditionary.
They may or may not want my head and Locks.
Well, thanks for adding to the complications. I don't see how that's going to be much of a problem. We're meeting.
I hope they jump.
And I had Trin send a message to Locke so he could hurry up.
So an entire adventuring guild wants your head?
I may have killed their entire expedition their expedition.
Oh, the better to
Well, so you
adventure
killed them
with
all,
my dear.
and now they want revenge.
No,
Do you see the problem in the logic there?
I was a very young Goliath.
So you didn't kill them all?
No, I killed all the ones that were there with me.
Was it like 3 of them?
10 or 15.
It's no big deal, whatever. They're adventurers. I'm sure they'll forgive the second I tell them it's a misunderstanding, and we'll pay reparations.
And there was no misunderstanding.
Well, they don't need to know that. I'm just saying we'll pay them off. No big deal.
All right, I don't want us to be blindsided by my past at all.
Yes, well, I sized them up on the way upstairs, and I mean, they simply put, they look like they knew how to fight, but I still don't think they'd be much of a match for us.
Exactly!
I'm not worried about the fighting part. I'm worried about the fact that we're still trying to get on good terms with other people. And murdering people in the street because they want to, take Locke again. It's going to be a very bad impression.
Well, they're not going to do that in the city. No, wait till we get to Old Vanheim.
Perfect, I don't die. We don't need to worry about it.
Yes. We won't have to kill them, though. You'll see. I just had a fantastic conversation with them. We're friends, really. I throw that word around meaninglessly. Friends means nothing to me.
I know you're lying.
I just see Terrowyn drinking a little cup of wine.
Liar. Liar.
I mean, jokes aren't as fun if you point them out the second they happen. Let them ferment.
He's very confused.
I don't think we have as much time as you'd like for fermenting.
It's not what you think it means, Godric. Either way, are we ready?
Come on,
we have to
ready,
wait for Locke.
baby!
No, he knows where to find us.
That's 3. He's probably going to be.
Well, we did just tell him
I
to
just told
come
him
here.
to wait. I just told him to come to the tavern.
Ooh.
I just want to ride a griffin.
Oh, no! You go ahead, and I'll hang out. And I'll keep an eye out for Locke. Yeah! I do. I'll do my dwarf impression. They'll never know it's me.
If we leave Terrowyn alone, he may just not.
One of these days I'd pay to see his dwarf impression used on a dwarf.
I look over at the door.
How do you think
Not
I
that one.
perfected my impression on elves? No, sir.
Definitely not. I've never been convinced of your dwarf.
Oh, what do you know?
I did mention your company to the adventurers, though. Giant Strides.
Yeah!
Yes, that made up.
It's not made up. It's a real persona. It only works if the persona's real. He's basically a person. You need to work on your espionage and spy stuff.
No, I don't. That's why I have Misha and Burrow.
I'm sure Locke can't be terribly much longer.
All right, we'll wait. Eat some bread, Tren. You don't want to throw up on your ride.
Oh, biscuits!
You know what's more terrifying than flying and falling? Pissing off a griffin you're riding on.
But I'm safe
Pissing
from
on the
danger.
griffin you're riding on.
You are bite-sized, though.
Yeah. Snack
Griffins
size.
love me.
Look, I'm simply saying bodily fluids and flight don't mix. Try to keep them in.
Oh, I'm super good at that. Sometimes I throw up in my mouth, but I just eat it again. Ow! Sometimes it's even better the second
Isn't that gutter gumbo?
Even I think that.
I think I'll just walk through the Cronewood.
As an elf, I've never vomited. Not once.
I believe that. Or at least I believe that you believe that.
It's true. I've never vomited.
Somehow I think we have different definitions of vomit. Probably like spit up. It's not like a full vomit. You're
Nothing from within
It's
my
like-
stomach has
like a little
ever
burp.
involuntarily left in my mouth. I've never vomited.
What about burp?
Burp?
Burp is like
Burrow.
no burp.
Burp?
A burp like
I take a couple, but
a burp.
Have you ever heard me burp?
It's one step away from the murder. Sometimes I burp and vomit a little bit.
As tantalizing as this conversation is Locke here yet?
Oh no, is Locke here yet?
Well,
So as the party goes on in the evening, you continue to wait for Locke to arrive.
Oh, Locke's not here.
Do I get a reply from my letter?
Nope.
Oh no, he's dead.
We'll
I'm
just have this problem in
deliverable.
another tavern in another city.
I will murder people.
It's just like Godric's friend. Oh,
We're way past due.
Wait,
We can't
I-
even fly at night.
I can look at him. I'll take the.
Not out here.
I'm going to go to my room.
I'm going to
I
follow.
will take the
Utterly concerned about Locke at this point.
Yeah, I'll go up to my room and take the orb of scrying out and scry on Locke.
Okay.
First time using it.
Ding-a-ling-a-ling.
Yeah, ding-a-ling-a-ling.
It does ring.
Yeah.
I'll pull it out of my bag. All right, I need your help. I haven't done this before, but we need to know where Locke is, and I'll go ahead and try to scry on Locke.
Right, shift to black.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah, no shit, right? Yeah.
I mean, probably.
Hey, who's the
Got like,
GM here?
get like shark eyes. You know? Just aggressive and mean, lifeless, just murderous intent.
Like a dog's eye.
So you peer into the orb, and it begins to that kind of greenish light begins to kind of flicker on and peer, and then it, from your perspective, you leave through like into the orb, and you go through the streets, and you find Locke, and he's walking your direction. It seems amongst the streets.
All right, I'll keep watching him for as long as I can. Can I talk to them while I'm scrying? Is that a thing?
No,
No.
I don't think you can.
Okay.
Well,
You can
I
hear.
think you can talk. I think if you're using vision and stuff in the orb, you can't use it where you're at, but you can still like speak.
Don't think so. Oh, you can speak, but I won't hear anything.
Yeah,
You can't
he
commute.
won't
No,
hear.
talk
can't-
to us, not
Oh
him.
yeah. I'm not trying to
Not
talk to
you.
you. To
all right. Yeah,
Screw that
yeah,
Locke
you can
guy.
still speak.
in the
Yeah.
thing. Yeah, I'll just tell them.
So as soon as that happens, you hear the bell going. My eyes brighten up, and then you're gone.
Oh, you just got it.
Ooh.
Yes.
Because he doesn't know it's me.
Mhm.
Fancy. Okay, well in that case, I can just tell you guys anyways. Alright. Well, he dispelled the scry, which I'm not necessarily surprised about, but he seems fine. He's just walking on the street on the way back here.
That was a 5th level dispel you just cast, bro.
All right,
That's
I'll
cool.
roll
We're
for
just
it.
on our way to
know
we're
that.
just,
I'll
we're just
roll
on our
for
way
it.
to a
I just want you to know
a
that.
Tower of Fell Bats.
All right, I'll roll for it.
No, you gotta roll for it. I'm just saying, dude. Like that, you take out a 5th level spell slot for me, other guy.
All right, fine.
So let me get this straight. He's strolling.
He's just walking back, yes.
Well,
We could
he
leave
has somewhere
now
to
and meet him. I know exactly where he is.
be. Yes, let's do that with haste.
Second level too. There we go. For the sea invisibility.
All right, yeah, we'll head out and I'll kind of lead everyone down the street to where he's at, so that we'll meet him.
Yeah. So
Nighttime.
you
We're not
leave
supposed
this
to go at night.
and head into the. Not
As soon
necessarily
as I say
night.
not as I do.
Evening time.
Evening time, more like.
Evening walker vampires. We're
So. Yeah. So you reach the. You catch up with Locke. And kind of inform him of whatever's been going on.
Let's see. Trent.
What?
Quiet down just a little bit, please.
I got your message. Fuck
You
them.
got my message.
If they want to start anything, we'll kill them too.
I'm more worried about the perceptions in the town.
I don't care about that either. We have a job to do.
I want to kill people that are simply acting on orders. They're not some nefarious plot.
Right.
Your enemies, we fix it. Have you thought about that at all? Mending bridges?
No,
How long have they been after you?
I didn't know they were after us.
Since I've known Locke. Wow. Most, yeah.
They tried to break me down for scrap, and he wouldn't let them.
Right. And then once he was activated, or brought back, or whatever that was, they wanted to take and sell him.
Wait, so before he was activated, as you say, he was just a pile of scrap?
No, he was
And
just
you
a
killed a whole bunch of people over a pile of scrap?
no. No, he was holding a door closed, and then they were gonna basically take his pieces, and I was like, no, I was going to move him at the time. When I grasped him, magic erupted from my tattoos and ignited him. He seemed to be working.
And they still wanted to tear him apart.
That or sell him as a whole, whatever was more profitable.
Right. So you just explain this to the leadership and you're good.
Huh. You know, I just made a strange connection. I have a gift and affinity for lightning, and you talked to your lightning god in your tattoos, didn't you?
On the way here, yes.
That's funny.
There are no coincidences. We are here by fate.
Well, we'll unpack more of that later.
We have griffins to go ride.
We don't have to kill them, but if they press the issue, all I mean to say is, I'm not worried about them. We can deal with it, however we deal with it.
It's simple. We pay whatever reparations we think we can and we move on. They're not an enemy.
If we
have
need
bigger
to do
fish
that.
to stab. However it goes. Bigger fish to stab, bigger fish to hook.
We have bigger dragons to fight.
No, that's not
And
what I was gonna say at all.
I have some prizes to give out and some things to talk about.
Prizes? Prizes?
Yeah, I was out. Not for you anymore. Are you drunk?
He's very drunk.
Don't touch me!
Some of these things are very dangerous. I won't give them to you while you're drunk.
Sure, we could divvy them out.
I'm
When we
sure I
arrive.
use it better when I'm drunk.
Okay.
I'm just gonna pick him up, put you on my shoulder.
Let's make it to the Griffins. You can hand everything out.
Let's down and head to the
Once we've
griffins.
landed, yes?
Yes.
Yeah, they can't catch up to us when we're flying.
To the roost.
To the
To the
roost.
roost!
So you head up to the wall and head over to the roost, where you find the knights getting the mounts ready, and the griffins kind of just on this space on the wall, just spread out, couple up on top of the roost on the roof, and waiting for you. So where's that at? There we go. So Helmand, so we finally arrived. Are we ready to go?
Yes.
Yes, we're ready.
Yeah!
That is correct, Sir Helmand.
All right. Well, mount up with the riders and let's get going. We should be able to make to the Tower of Fell Bats within, I want to say, maybe 4 or 5 hours.
Will it be dark by then?
Yes.
You have no problem flying at night.
No, why would we?
Well, for one, it's hard to see. Also, the fell bats in the area.
Oh. We'll be far above the altitude where the fell bats normally fly, and the griffins can see at night.
Yeah, fair enough.
They'll do the flying.
One last question. How do you propose we get back? Can we signal you, or will you wait for a short period of time? Plan is
I
to
mean,
go
you're-
inside the tower, kill everything, take what we need, and leave.
Oh, I just assumed that you would be heading to Oswald when your job was done.
We could. We could head to Oswald. It's not that far.
Then we could report back to Lady Ravencroft.
Of course.
Then from there, maybe we just get a coach.
All right. I think we have some options then. Excellent. Then it's simply a what do they call it? A turn and burn. Drop us and leave.
Yes.
All right.
Gotta head back to the other knights and troops under my command.
Excellent. Thank you again for the ride.
Sure. Whatever it takes to get Terathan, kill Riven. I just look forward to seeing it dead. It'd be an extremely powerful blow to the Cult of Domination's efforts within our borders. To get rid of Riven's Master of Spies. Either way. Alright, Well, mount up.
All right, mount up. Trin, mount up.
Okay.
Get on the griffin.
I just
Remember, you've been blessed by the Silver Ring. You cannot die on the back of a griffin.
I do remember.
Yes. I've granted you the highest order of magics that I could.
So, as you watch Trin very carefully climb up there and is assisted by the knight, you one by one get on each of the griffins. The 5 of you split between about 4 of them, which leads 2 of you to ride on the back of one with one of the knights. The griffins kind of rear back and one by one kind of jump and flap their wings and start flying and climbing up into the sky. And you're headed towards the Tower of Fell Bats to confront a powerful witch, the deadly banshee that she controls, and any other number of undead or living minions that might be inhabiting the Tower of Fell Bats, including Fell Bats themselves. Who knows? Maybe dozens, maybe hundreds.
At least one.
At least one. No, it's not called the Tower of Fell Bat. It's at least 2.
Got you
Good
there.
point.
Yeah?
Until next Friday.
no until next Friday.
Oh
Yeah,
next
you will
Friday.
not be here
It's
next
always
Friday.
until the next Friday we play, Mike.
Until our next